Good morning and welcome to our second day of the workshop of the Commission on the roadmap towards phasing out animal testing for chemical safety assessments. I'm pleased to have you again this morning, and whether you are here in person or online, I hope you had a good first day, and I look forward to continuing our program this morning. I'm Munir Bouift, and I will briefly remind you some housekeeping rule. So just please keep your badge visible. I won't go through all of them. Return it. Photographs will be taken, photographs and also video recording for communication. So just inform the photographer if you don't want to be visible in there. And the presentation and recording will be available after the event. We already have the presentation of yesterday that are already in the event website. You can have a look at them. The Commission will be publishing a report after about the workshop after in about a month or two. And in case of emergency, please follow the green exit signs up to stairs. One last thing, you will receive an invitation for a survey after this event, and I invite you to reply just a satisfaction survey about the event. You have the Wi-Fi network and code in there. So now let's have a quick look to what's ahead of us this morning. We'll have a welcome from the Commission, and we will have session on environmental safety assessment and indicators, followed by a statement from EFSA. Then we'll continue with a panel discussion with the stakeholder before summarizing the main messages from the workshop and also having a closing remarks. Just a reminder, when the floor is open for question, please, when speaking, please state your name, your organization, keep the question focused on the topic at hand. And those who are online, please, your Slido, it should be already open. The Slido platform should be already open. So we will store all the questions and we'll wipe them after the end of each session. So we will have the questions only for that session. Once again, welcome to our second day of the workshop. So now we will hear a welcome from the Commission by Veronica Manfredi. Veronica Manfredi leads the Commission Directorate on Zero Pollution, Water Resilience, and Green Urban Transition of DG Environment. Her directorate leads European efforts on zero pollution and water management, addressing climate, biodiversity.
Dear participants, since responding to the European Citizens Initiative on Safe, Cruelty-Free Cosmetics back in July 2023, the European Commission has been relentlessly working to develop a roadmap to phase out animal testing. Dear participants, since responding to the European Citizens Initiative on Safe, Cruelty-Free Cosmetics back in July 2023, the European Commission has been relentlessly working to develop a roadmap to phase out animal testing in chemical safety assessments. This effort has brought together key players, several European Commission services, EU agencies, including, of course, the European Chemicals Agency, multiple research and innovation stakeholders, next, of course, to both industry and civil society representatives. Today, we are taking a step further. First, we present a set of draft actions and milestones that we propose to include in the roadmap. These are intended as recommendations for some or all of the 15 pieces of EU law identified as falling within its scope. Second, we will share our analysis on how to improve and accelerate the validation and qualification of non-animal approaches in chemical safety assessments. Finally, We will outline a proposal for the organizational structures that we believe are needed to support the successful implementation of the roadmap actions once published. Most importantly, today is about engaging with you and hearing your feedback. This workshop has been designed to allow plenty of room for discussion, so I encourage you to share your thoughts on the draft elements we will be presenting. It is only through this exchange that we can turn this roadmap into a success story and a guiding document for all of us who are in this journey together, regulators, industry, and academia alike. I very much look forward to progress. Non-animal methods have the potential to enable faster assessments of a greater number of chemicals whilst reducing costs for industry. In doing so, they can directly support the goals of our chemical legislation, which is to protect human health and the environment whilst enhancing the clean and resource-efficient competitiveness of our EU industry. Before I close, let me thank you all for your participation and contributions. A special thank you goes to the European Chemicals Agency for hosting and co-organizing this workshop. I wish you all very productive and engaging sessions and hope you can leave with a sense that we've taken a step closer to our shared goal, conducting chemical safety assessment without any undue use of animals. Thank you.
Marta. Dr. Marta Subanska has been working at ECHA since 2009. She works as an expert in environmental toxicology within the classification and labeling unit. Marta has represented ECHA environmental safety assessment discussion of the EPAA and actively follows the development of eco-toxicity test methods, including NAMs. Before joining ECHA, Marta worked at the GRC of the European Commission, contributing to REACH implementation projects and risk assessments of chemicals and their various regulatory frameworks. Marta studied biology and environmental science and policy, and she holds a PhD in environmental chemistry. I'm pleased to invite Marta to chair this session and guide us through the discussion. Marta, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome at this environmental session. The speaker of today will be Georg Streck. I think I don't have to introduce Georg again because he was introduced yesterday several times. And Georg is responsible for the roadmap preparation from the DG GROW. Please, Georg.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and sorry, it's me again. So, okay, I will report from the outcome of the Commission Working Group of Environmental Safety Assessment. Let me maybe start by saying that what I present here is the joint output of the Commission Working Group on Environmental Safety Assessment. We also received quite a lot of input from different players, from the agencies, ECHA, EFSA. We received quite a lot of input from the EPA project team on environmental safety assessment, but also input from other stakeholders who sent in their contributions to the Commission. And we have tried to put that all together and have discussed it in the Commission Working Group. And what you see here is, as said, the joint output. So we have 6 different topics addressed in the Commission Working Group, and you see them here, from fish or aquatic acute toxicity, bioaccumulation, fish aquatic chronic toxicity, endocrine disruption, mammals and birds, and the long-term change. And you will realize that here are 3 different colors, green, blue, and purple, and this indicates to some extent the different baskets, but you also realized when discussing about the baskets that putting actions into the basket is a little bit, it's not really a discrete exercise, it's a little bit fluid, and some of the areas of which we will discuss, for instance, endocrine disruption, there are actions which fit in the different baskets, and it is also not always fully clear in which basket to put it. So let's start with the long-term change. Let's start basically from the end, but I think that is an important point which we would also like to address here in more depth than maybe the other points. The basic idea, the starting point, is that one-to-one replacements will not be possible for most endpoints. If we would like to switch to an animal-free system, we will only be able to do that if we rethink how we do environmental safety assessment, then also rethink how we do classification, but also risk assessment. And what we in principle need is a hypothesis-driven environmental next-generation risk assessment based on animal-free methods that then allows for a system for classification and labeling based on animal-free testing approaches only. It should, of course, also provide the information that is required for hazard characterization or for derivation of thresholds for assessing the risks. We also discussed that this might mean a more flexible information generation with more tiered approaches, taking into account fate, exposure, but also the affected population communities to increase the ecological relevance. I think it is fair to say that the environmental safety assessment which we currently have is maybe not as protective as we would like to have it, or not as protective as we think. Is that a good model for telling us something about how we protect environment as regards mammals or birds or other organisms? Is the one or two fish species we look at, is that sufficient to do a good environmental safety assessment? So in principle, we should increase the ecological relevance of our risk assessment. And that then also means to apply relevant ecological data, including, for instance, species-specific life history traits or population dynamics, or look on habitats and landscape information. So this is all considered to be important to be able to make that shift. I think it is also fair to say that there are already quite some considerations in this direction ongoing, for instance, in PARC or other Horizon Europe projects. So we do not start here from scratch. Discussions on that should then certainly continue during the development of the roadmap, and one could do that, for instance, in the regulatory science network. So the recommendations for the long-term change is basically to describe in the roadmap elements needed for the next generation risk assessment. We will not be able to completely describe what is needed. You don't know that yet. So for that, further discussions are needed during the implementation phase of the roadmap. And that is something we need to take then into account and see where we can place that and where we can have such discussions within the planned organizational structures, but also in exchange with other forums. And of course, then a regular monitoring of the follow-up is needed. This goes into the direction of indicators, and one can maybe discuss it then in the session on indicators a little bit more. So one of the challenges for the long-term change in environmental safety assessment is this extrapolation challenge. We look in environmental safety assessment in principle on the population level, or maybe also a little bit higher community ecosystem level. If we want to have information for protecting the environment animal-free, then what we have is information on the lower biological level, and somehow we need to extrapolate from this low biological level to population, community, or ecosystem level, and that is quite a challenge. I think there are in current projects also already some thoughts underway, under discussion, that of course for getting this information, for getting to know how to do that, one should also look on the, I don't know what the pointer is here, okay. One should also look from the ecosystem, community, population level, what learnings we can take from this level, what do we see there, which effects happen on the population level, and how does that in the end translate into the events, into the signals which we see at the lower biological levels. So this is a thought for how to learn which information we need to have. So for doing this extrapolation, one of the thoughts is to develop a generic bioactivity battery covering the most relevant environmental pathways for hazard identification of chemicals with known or unknown modes of actions. We then also need to think which information is needed for the environmental safety assessment. So we need to develop proposals for prioritizing pathways, expected consequences, look on taxa and traits with expected higher risk, so that we really can choose the relevant signals on the lower biological level. We need to understand of how to use information from the suborganism level to extrapolate to the population level or higher. That is basically the challenge. We need to have the extrapolation methods. And we should also explore how to integrate fate data, which we currently do already for the PBTs or the PMTs, for instance. How we can use external and internal exposure information in decision on the effect data generation. To do that, the roadmap should then flag the need for cross-sector case studies for the different points for hazard identification, characterization, and risk assessment, non-protected life stages, invertebrates, or based on animal-free approaches. So there is a huge need for case studies to do. And we have already some ideas where such case studies could be done. We need to develop tiered strategies for the use of animal-free methods for hazard identification and characterization, integrating the information on distribution and fate of chemicals into the hazard characterization studies. Another point is to look on the in silico methods and develop them further, and in general to develop, implement computational tools to facilitate organizing and interpreting data sets. And another very important point that comes up very often in the Commission working group is that at the moment we rather look on human health assessment and environmental assessment separately, but we can do a lot of learning. I think that also in the new safety assessment of chemicals, the two areas need to move much closer together. So we need to see how we can integrate approaches and data across human health and environmental safety assessment. Let's then go to the other 5 areas. The Commission working group was discussing acute toxicity for fish or for the aquatic environment. Here the feeling is that we are already quite advanced. We have a fairly good understanding on the sensitivity of species belonging to different trophic levels. We should more often look on whether we can use data from Daphnia, for instance, to waive fish acute testing. Maybe there are some gaps, so we need to better define when that is possible, for which chemical classes, what are the domain of applicability. We have QSAs available. Again, domain of applicability is an issue. We have the OECD TG249. We have the OECD TG236. So tests are available that at least in the mid or short term, or also in the long term, can replace a fish in vivo acute tox test. In the mid and longer term, it is then rather to expand these approaches and maybe combine them into a weight of evidence approach, definitely to look on the applicability domain and expand the applicability domain in the longer term, also to have more advanced mechanistic NUMs for mode of action understanding. Bioaccumulation is similar, that we have already several approaches available. The OECD 319, the OECD 321, recently an OECD ECHA on bioaccumulation was accepted. So there are methods available to waive fish bioaccumulation tests. Again, the domain of applicability needs to be looked at and needs to be expanded. That is then certainly again something also for the mid or longer term to do. But in the midterm, we are hopeful that the OECD TG305, the fish bioaccumulation test, can be also phased out. Another issue is that we need to be able to advance with the extrapolation from in vitro to in vivo, also for terrestrial organisms. Also in the long term, there are developments underway. The transition to cell-based assays and PBDK modeling, I think there are good approaches in development. And HESI, for instance, is running some projects on avian in vitro assays. We have the NC3R's cracked wings of change. So already a lot of projects are going on in the area of bioaccumulation. Long-term toxicity for fish, or in general for the aquatic environment. Let me maybe start by pointing out to the gray box on the top. That are the endpoints normally in the scope of long-term toxicity for fish or for the aquatic environment. So that is in principle what we would need to cover, or maybe also other endpoints for the long-term fish toxicity. So here, I think much more development work will be necessary. At the moment, it appears to be very challenging to phase out vertebrate testing or animal testing for the long-term toxicity. Case studies is here one of the issues to look on how different NUMs can be used together as an integrated approach. It is necessary to develop and evaluate an in vivo reference data set to be able to have a better grip on the effects and the endpoint sensitivities, on the variability of different assays, on possibilities to extrapolate from the acute to the chronic toxicity, the acute chronic ratios. Then we should support in vitro to in vivo extrapolation development. We need to further investigate and develop predictive capacity of NUMs. So this is all midterm or maybe even long-term development needs which have been identified. And for the long term, then again, it will be necessary to advance the mechanistic NUMs for mode of action understanding to be able to move to completely animal-free long-term toxicity assessments without using fish embryo testing or without using invertebrates is then maybe another step, which in the long term is what should be thought about. Endocrine disruption for the short term, for the midterm, to reduce the need to use protected life stages of animals or vertebrate animals. We have the new in-utero embryo tests, and the next step would certainly be to implement them in legislation. Again, here is some uncertainty as regards the domain of applicability. It will be necessary in the midterm to work further to extend the domain of applicability and get a better understanding for which chemical classes these tests are applicable. Then we should develop guidance on the use of AOP frameworks to map non-animal methods, gather data on cross-species extrapolation with the question in mind, are the molecular key events conserved? So can we really use what we see on the lower biological level to extrapolate to other species? Other pathways, other endocrine pathways than EATs are important to be able to distinguish endocrine from non-endocrine systemic toxicity. So there's a need to work further. And in the long term, the vision is to define a mechanistic-based panel of in silico and in vitro assays that allow then for an assessment of whether endocrine disruption occurs. Mammals and birds. Currently in the different environmental assessment schemes of the different pieces of chemical legislation, mammal data, well, the mammal data used are basically the same which are used for the human health safety assessment. The subgroup looking on mammals and birds also felt that it is quite important to leverage concepts from human health for humans for the environmental safety assessment, such as the current developments of virtual control groups, to look to in vitro in vivo extrapolation, dynamic energy budget, toxicokinetic, toxicodynamic model development, and the quantitative AOP progress. Also to look on historical animal data used for human safety and to see to what extent the data on rodents or other species which are available really inform about mammals and birds which are environmentally relevant, and to identify environmentally relevant toxicological pathways. The identification of relevant effects from in vivo studies which drive regulatory decisions and define research programs is one of the issues. And what is also coming up all the time is how can we extrapolate across the species and what is needed to do that. Do we need further information from assessments from the higher level and to monitor then the effectiveness of how cross-species extrapolation works. Also some general action points were identified. Of course, something which is coming up not only for the environmental safety assessment, that is how can we increase the confidence in NAMs. As said already, case studies are seen as crucial. Education and training of stakeholders is quite important, stakeholders and also regulators, as well as multi-stakeholder exchanges. Weight of evidence is an area which needs to be further developed and need to be brought to a level that it is accepted by regulators. Again, for that, case studies definitely could help. We need to have a better understanding of the mode of actions and how we include that into the weight of evidence approaches, and of course also link it to human health data, develop weight of evidence assessment to advance to completely animal-free chemical safety assessments is then the long-term vision in most of the areas. Okay, and then I'm repeating now a little bit what I have said before, but build solid evidence and gain further knowledge on in silico cross-species extrapolation. This is a topic, as said, which comes up multiple times. How can we extrapolate across species and use data, or be sure that data from one species is then really relevant to protect the environment as a whole. And I think that is my last slide. So many thanks goes to the whole group, the Commission Working Group of Environmental Safety Assessment. And thanks to you. And I think now it's then time for questions. I hand over to Marta again.
Thank you very much, Georg. Now I would like to invite for the discussion, and I invite to the panel Georg and Dr. Bruno Kompas. Bruno is expert in stress biology, environmental risk assessment, and NAMS. He holds the biology degree and PhD in marine science, and he was as well a member of the ECHA working group. Welcome, Bruno. And I open the floor for questions. So if you have questions in Slido or in the room, please.
Just a quick question for understanding, having in mind how restrictive historical control data within one species are used in human toxicology. I was wondering what is meant with the virtual control group in the mammals and bird section of your presentation. Could you expand a little bit on that?
I can, but I think we have also the leader of the Victor project here in the room. Sorry for that.
Good morning. Thank you. Thomas Steger-Hartmann from Bayer AG. I was actually also surprised because it's not at the core of our project. We have a work package where we explore the application of virtual control groups beyond systemic toxicity studies. And the sheer number of control animals, fish, birds, is an interesting target, but quite honestly, we haven't started with that. From the systemic toxicity studies, we can say the study design is rather robust if you match for the appropriate parameters. So vehicle, route of administration is not the important thing in ecotoxicological studies. So it's in the beginning. It's an interesting concept, but it's for the environmental studies probably a little bit premature. And we don't have a leader within Victor because it was not in scope at the beginning. So if there is sufficient motion in there, I would be happy to take it up and discuss and support. But as said, I was also a little bit surprised now. Yeah.
Well, I think the working group on environmental safety assessment took inspiration from the Victor project, but also acknowledging that that it might be much more challenging in the environmental space to do that and to use the virtual control groups. But nevertheless, I think it is an interesting approach to look further into that, whether it also works.
Thank you very much. I will take, if there is no question from the room, I will take the first question from the Slido. How difficult to test substances and mixtures fit into ecotox strategy?
I shall. Yes, that's a question which I'm not sure I can answer that sufficiently. Difficult to test substances, UVCBs, they always require some more thinking how the test method applied to them. That's already today the case, where for most of the methods we have, it is not straightforward to apply them to UVCBs, or not possible, and normally then need to find different approaches. Binding different methods together, having the approaches, for instance, for the petrochemicals, to be able to have a meaningful assessment of complex substances like UVCBs. We certainly need also to have considerations on how to deal with UVCBs in an animal-free system. As regards mixtures, I think that here further information on relevant mode of actions and relevant information on what we really need to look at can help. So if we have further mode of action information and know which chemicals, which chemical classes really lead then to toxicity and trigger a certain key event in an AOP, then this also helps much better to address unintentional mixtures which are present in the environment.
If you allow me just to build up on that, I think that, again, the difficult to test substances are not that difficult, are not that different from others. I think that one of the big problems that we have in the environment, it's about resources, and super hydrophobic substances, high log KOW, whatever, all of those ones, they are not that different from others. The question is that for simplicity and pragmatism purposes, when the method developers, they develop their methods, they usually keep away from these ones because they will pose challenges. And so you just keep on the natural, the more normal organic systems. So there are already some works that I know that are going on this space of testing high log KOW, for instance, at the Helmholtz Association in Leipzig, that are looking at this. So I think it's more about having the resources to test the systems with these substances, because on themselves, they will pose challenges, but they also pose challenges to current aquatic-based systems. It's more about putting the data there and really then define what are the adaptations that the systems needs to be had to deliver those ones.
And if I may add maybe as well, we were discussing the difficult to test substances a lot in the EPAA framework when advising to the Commission. And we were always stating, and you could see it in the slides, that assessing or defining well the applicability domain of new methods could really help, because then it could increase the trust to the new methods, and we know which chemicals space is not covered and what we have to then develop newly for those difficult ionizable and so on. And then what I would like as well recommend our CARC document that we were discussing yesterday, because there we are as well identifying different projects, how to deal, how to manage, what to do with these difficult to test substances. The question from the room. Tomasz, please.
Hello, Tomasz Sobański, ECHA. Maybe comment and plea. Looking at your presentation, I'd identify at least 3 areas when we have very similar objectives and priorities. One is better or more extensive use of QSAR and in silico methods. Second is the broad bioactivity profiling. Third is the IVIV and TK. So my question is, my plea is that maybe we, for those areas which are common, we could try to develop certain or harmonize approaches that we will not end up with completely different methodology, just not to try to break the silo rather than enforce it. And yeah, and especially with the in silico tools and QSARs, of course, acute oral toxicity is our first pilot, but we would like to look at the short-term fish bioaccumulation, maybe long-term fish as well later on. So we are happy to collaborate on those. And the same with ADME and TK. This is something which we believe we have to enforce, especially in the context of bioaccumulation, but also in the context of long-term fish. So this is another area which we are super happy to collaborate. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the considerations. And indeed, I think it is striking to see that in the different areas, what was mentioned is often, in the end, quite similar. The needs which are there are quite similar. So I indeed believe that there is yeah, quite some opportunity for bringing that together and be more and work on that quite efficiently. And another point is then indeed that we also need to see and bring together the human health assessment and the environmental safety assessment. And also there I see that, that there are synergies which we could leverage on.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. I will take maybe one more question from the room, and then we will go to Slido. Please, Cécile.
Yeah, thank you, Marta. Cécile Michel from ANSES. Yeah, I would like to emphasize what Thomas said. I think that when we build classification labeling dossiers, most of the time, all the in vitro, in silico part is common for human health and environment. So I think it's important from scratch that we develop similar things. It will save us a lot of resources, which you have understood is something really like important for me because we are lacking time. I had something else I wanted to pop up, and it will help you, Marta, because it will also echo Marie-Louise Olmer question, because as she asked that the role of exposure info into what you have proposed, especially the NGRA approach. And I am not an ecotoxicologist, but my feeling with the team is that we really fight hard to get relevant, persistent data available, and we fail most of the time, I would admit. So I wonder how this point will be covered into the roadmap if you take into consideration the exposure data, because we can't take into account exposure data if we don't have relevant, persistent techniques to be able to fulfill that criteria. And I think, so this is a technical point, but that applies all along the roadmap. We are dealing with technical questions there, and they need to be taken into account, not that the roadmap at the end of the day is only dealing with concepts that are not applicable. Thank you.
Let me first come back to your first remark on the in vitro batteries, AOPs, and that we should look sure that data for human health and environment can be maybe used together. I think one of the points here is, of course, to be sure about that and to review whether this is really the case. This is also the cross-species extrapolation, whether we can really do that in all the instances. So I believe often it is the case, but I'm not so sure that we know that. Okay. But what follows from that is maybe then a different issue. What is the next step in the AOP? Exposure, thanks for that question. I was expecting, Cécile, that you would ask that, to be honest. So thanks for the question. Yes, the point on exposure was also quite a lot discussed in the Commission Working Group on Environmental Safety Assessment. So it is a question where there are quite different opinions, and where we also see that this is a sensitive issue. But I also believe there are a lot of different aspects on as regards exposure. Whether to use exposure information for classification, okay, that is one of the aspects, and I'm not so sure that it will really be possible to do that. Maybe we should not exclude that from the onset, but I'm personally skeptical that exposure has a role to play in classification. Sorry, but exposure is then also relevant. Fate and exposure, for instance, plays already today a role for the PBTs and for the PMT assessment. We use fate and exposure information to decide which of the compartment is the most relevant, which compartment can we deep and prioritize in the PBT assessment. Also there, fate definitely plays a role. Where does the substance end up in which compartment, but also exposure in principle plays a role for the assessment scheme. For the long-term change, exposure and the question where does the substance end up in which compartment is also relevant to choose then which organisms are the relevant to use in the environmental safety assessment. So that is more in the thinking of the whole development of a new environmental safety assessment, that exposure here has a role to play for the decision in the end, which organisms or models of organisms are the relevant to look at, and what are the parameter we need to take into account.
Yeah, if you allow me to build upon that, I think that one of the big challenges that we have in the environment is the fact that we do want to protect 8.7 million species. And this all comes back about, we need to be pragmatic about it. How do we approach it? And as Georg's mentioned, the idea and the driver behind risk safety assessment for the environment, it's always about trying to identify what are the most sensitive species. And then those ones should be really the target of the data resources and the test generations. So exposure, I think it can be quite important. For instance, try to understand what are the compartments where the chemicals is going to finish, what are the species that will be more sensitive to those sorts of modes of actions or those chemical properties. So I think that this is really that exercise of that tiered and refinement exercise to really then make sure that we are generating data that is relevant and really focusing the resources on where they are needed, instead of kind of just going on, well, this is the kind of my 3 species and I'll just generate data on these ones and forget about all the other complexity that it comes. To me, this is really about where the benefits could really come, where if we really bring exposure into those considerations, because we're going to then be able to find out in a much better way the hot spots and the potentials for issues in the environment.
If I may, in theory, I fully agree with you, 100%. But in reality, we do not have those data. So we can't write a roadmap that is empty and is only conceptual. That's my point. We need to be practical. So I fully agree with you, but be practical, please, when writing the roadmap.
I think the roadmap has different timelines. And what you would like to have, the practical aspects, you find that for fish acute toxicity, you find that for bioaccumulation, you find that to some extent for endocrine disruption, you find it in the areas where we can be practical at the moment. But the roadmap has also the long-term ambition, and we talk here about rather decades. And for that, I think we need to have also a concept of how we reach an animal-free environmental safety assessment. And in that context, I think we need to be to conceptualize the path forward. And that is what you have seen on the slides for the long-term change. And I understand that this is for you a little bit too impractical, maybe too much forward-looking, too fluffy, and to some extent I agree to that. That of course at the moment it is still a little bit fluffy, but well, I think it is not possible to be more concrete on that. It is rather to launch the process of, in years or decades, come to such an environmental safety assessment based on animal-free methods.
And I think it also comes back to that point about the ambition of the roadmap. So the roadmap is basically providing us what is the goal, where do we want that end of the road. And throughout those ways, there are very well-defined gates that we want to hit, like these short-term, medium-term recommendations. And then I think that there is those long-term ones where, to be very honest, possibly we don't even really know what it's going to look like, that end goal. But it is good to have that from the start, because it will allow us to design the tools and to kind of start thinking about what Thomas was saying before. For instance, if you start thinking that there is opportunities to bring together, for instance, some of the human health and environmental data with these broad screening panels, that sort of things, then you can really start to design those tools and to test those tools during development stage and early implementation stages to really start seeing what works, what doesn't work, and you start to sieving through those candidates to really then looks like, to be very honest with you, I've been working on the area for like 20 years. I'm not completely sure that I have a full grasp on what it will look like, but that's okay, that uncertainty, as long as we have that vision of what is the end goal that we want. The tools and exactly the pragmatism that you are asking, I think that's more that short, medium-term baskets that hopefully address that pragmatism that we need for today and for the next couple of years. But that long-term, we just kind of need to be a bit more conceptual and give a bit of space even to the test developers and to the meta developers, because the science is moving at such a speed that we don't want to be too prescriptive either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I promised that I will take one slide of questions, so I'm sorry, I will just go for this with the highest note. OECD TG 236 FET study has been adopted in 2013. It is still not accepted as alternative to adult acute testing by ECHA. How realistic is this roadmap if even such well-established methods are not accepted? I think I'm calling 236, I'm sorry. I think it's because of me, the question, because, you know, I'm always having these fluids of
So it's Marta's fault.
I can answer, actually, because I think that it's not true that we do not accept it. We do accept it, but for the substances within the applicability domain. And this is what I was saying before. The applicability domain of this test was somehow established, but not fully. And we performed in 2016 or 17 the internal study here in ECHA, and we identified certain groups of chemicals that fall outside of the applicability domain. And because of this, we were proposing to accept this test in the combination with some additional information that would assure us that this test is working, is not less sensitive than the normal IFT test. So I think it was a little bit misunderstood that we do not accept it, because in the weight of evidence it was accepted and it is accepted. And I think in preparation to the roadmap, in the EPAA discussions and so on, we were discussing a lot about it, that now we should maybe just map the applicability domain to again gain this kind of trust. And this is the same for the 236 and for 249, which is the Gill cell assay. So, and then they will be used as for the substances within applicability domain as the alternatives.
And just to build up on that, so during the working group discussions, we had a lot of those that are, and it was the first point that Georg actually raised, that it's the one-on-one substitutions or replacement. That's a very, very difficult conversation to have. One, because I'm not completely sure that we had been doing it right with the in vivo assays, where we assume that they work for everything. So, and because things have not necessarily been done to the best scientific method, maybe we should not copy that for the new methods. So I think that that's always the point about making sure that chemical applicability domains are very important, and how do we define the chemical space where the method is being tested. I think it's very important, and this is maybe a message for all of us that use these methods to really make sure that we are testing this. And I do appreciate that it is a bit frustrating to some of the test developers, and I've been having a lot of these discussions, but my point is that not necessarily because things have been maybe traditionally wrongly done or not so well done that we should copy that. Although we should also need to be careful on not having now ultra purists on these sort of things and disregard it. So it always comes back on let's make sure that the information attaches, the method it's there, it works for the chemical space that it's being used for, and that we are able to support that information with other pieces that are relevant.
Evidence, yes. Thank you very much. Please, now I will take the question from the room.
Thank you. I agree with the comment of Cécile, and regarding the different field the roadmap that you just presented. I mean that there is a criteria, and especially persistent, that is not well taken into account in the regulation at this stage. And I don't see any more and concrete way to take this into account. And for example, for very, very persistent substances, it is difficult to assess what are really the impact on the on the environment. And here in the slide it is quoted the QSAR, but there is different model that will be able to assess the effect of this kind of substance for a very long term. I mean that, for example, the multi-generation model and so on. And if there is not included in the roadmap, it means that they will not push the research about this. And it is, I mean that those models will be very important if we consider after the use of digital twin or something like this. And if we wish to take into account the effect of the substance on the biodiversity and I mean the role of the different species in the environment more than the most sensitive species in the trophic network and so on. And I think that this is the loophole in the regulation actually. And I mean that I don't know if you think that it could be a way to assess more efficiently the environmental risk assessment, and if it is planned to add this kind of tools in the regulation, and how it can be pushed by the regulation.
I think that Georg tried to make a tremendous exercise of condensing over 250 pages of documents that he received from at least the EPA Environmental Safety Assessment Group into 7 or 8 slides. So there is a lot more detail, and actually the tools that you mentioned are there, and they are part of some of the recommendations throughout that process, because there was a very, very extensive critical review of the current state of the art of the science under the EPA project, and we really went through those sorts of things. So digital twins, models, and all of that, it's part of those recommendations. I think that just for the sake of the communication today, he would just not be able to share all of that richness, but it is considered, and it was part of the extensive discussions that we had in the last 18 months.
Yes, and just I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Laure Geoffroy, I'm the NAMWISE project coordinator. And I would say that I saw that there is several ideas for the case studies to develop in the environment area. Then we have also case studies to develop in the project. And if you have something to recommend for them, it will be very welcome.
Yeah, thanks for that offer. I'm happy to come back to you on that. I think that is really valuable. We will discuss a little bit later in the year which case studies could immediately be needed, and maybe then there's a possibility to team up on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the offer. I will take now one more question from the room, and I don't know if it is Maurice or... And then we can go to one slide, and then.
Yeah, this is Christy Sullivan from the Institute of In Vitro Sciences in the United States. I will say I liked a lot of what I saw in the plan. I thought a lot of the scientific ideas were really well explained. I wanted to support this suggestion yesterday and the one I see on the screen, that I think it's important that the roadmap defines a little bit what it means by short, medium, and long term in terms of timeframes. And then the mention of quantitative AOPs brought to mind a sort of comment, question, warning, I'm not sure what. But there are quantitative AOPs that are already developed for some pathways, especially for ecotox. In fact, the US EPA, Office of Research and Development, has done a ton of work on QAOPs, on species extrapolation, on using high throughput screening for environmental protection. You all know this. I am very concerned about the fate of the US EPA ORD. And I think we should consider how to benefit from all of that expertise and institutional knowledge in the development of this roadmap and in the development of expertise globally before those scientists go away. And so just to raise that for your consideration. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. No immediate answer for me on that. I think you also do not expect that. On the time frames, short, middle, long term, what does it exactly mean? We defined under the roadmap operationally, so we do not attach a certain time span to it. It is rather that short term means that methods are already developed and can in principle be used, but the point is we need to bring them into regulation. That is the short-term goal. The mid-term comprises those methods or approaches which are in development or are developed, but which are not yet completely ready to be used in regulation, where we maybe need to do a little bit more look on the domain of applicability or validate a method, for instance, before we can use it in regulation. And long-term is then really the long-term vision to move to animal-free methods, where we know that we need much more work before we can do that.
Thank you very much. Maurice, please, you wanted to ask.
I thought you didn't want to take a slide out, did you?
There was, in a way, automatically the slide of how long is the short term, long term. Yeah. So I just think that we can go to the room.
I appreciate very much what Cecile is saying in the sense that you're describing an assessment context, but and it's important that people understand the practical constraints that assessors like you have. But I think we need to be more explicit when we talk about what regulatory context we're talking about. That's a REACH and CLP. We're in ECHA, so it's not surprising that that's kind of dominant. But we need to keep reminding ourselves that this roadmap is cutting across many, many sectors. I think 15 pieces of, so, and actually, you know, REACH is less in terms of consuming animals. I mean, more than half the animals used in testing is in the pharmaceutical sector. You know, when we talk about assessment contexts in pesticides, it's very different than a REACH CLP context. So it doesn't mean that that's not important, but we need to understand the different assessment contexts in the different sectors, because there might be different opportunities for in using non-animal approaches, which, you know, doesn't lend itself to be used in another sector. And I think what you were talking about there about, you know, thinking ahead in environmental risk assessment, that's done in other sectors as well. It's not a REACH only consideration. And when we're talking about pharmaceuticals in the environment, for example, that's a totally different scenario than a REACH scenario. So, and we have to be careful, particularly, and I found this as we go around talking with research communities, that because there's not that much understanding of regulatory systems, people struggle to understand what the problem formulation, like what solution, how do I bring a solution to the table rather than just a non-animal method? And what I've noticed is, because somehow REACH and CLP are easier to understand for the less informed, or maybe we talk about REACH and CLP more, that tends to bias the research community into thinking that it's all about, you know, REACH. Don't get me wrong, REACH is an extremely important piece of legislation and we should be addressing that. But unfortunately, you know, we then maybe, you know, don't appreciate that there are many other assessment contexts. And take DNT, for example, we heard yesterday. I mean, that has been brought forward within a pesticide assessment context because the regulatory assessment process and everything around that lent itself to allow this non-standard data to be considered in pesticide assessments. That's not applicable under ECHA at the moment. You need very different requirements, and equally under pharmaceutical legislation, there's a lot of scope for using non-animal, non-standard approaches, whereas again, back in REACH and CLP, there's a lot of different rules. So I appeal to particularly regulatory scientists who know about these processes to talk about that more, so that, you know, solution providers or method developers can appreciate that maybe, you know, there are many different contexts of use that they could consider, and use non-animal approaches, you know, and in a very effective way in one sector, maybe later on in another sector. Thanks.
It was a remark, I understand, not a question. But thanks for that.
Statement.
Yeah. Okay, so now time for Slido. As also mentioned yesterday, will the roadmap aim to integrate human and environmental risk assessment? Many animal studies are applicable to both areas. Combining these domains would significantly reduce animal testing, particularly in conserved physiological processes like endocrine disruptors. And I think it is Lisa who wanted to plead this aim, probably, or similar. But this is the question. No, I was just wondering if you are going to ask similar question later on. In that context, yes.
Okay. I think we highlighted already in the presentation that further integration of human health and environmental risk assessment or environmental safety assessment is indeed what is also in our mind, if that is possible. Endocrine disruption is mentioned here. Yeah, I definitely see in this area a lot of opportunity to bring human health and environmental safety assessment together.
And if I may add here as well, classification and labeling is a good example, because we will be classifying for environment a lot based on the human health data if the population relevance is demonstrated. And I think for reproductive hormones, it's always the case. For thyroid, is very often the case. So I think this is a good example that we will be indeed relying on the data, plus mechanistic studies are very often showing the mechanisms that are conservative throughout the different species and trophic levels. So I think that this is a good example.
Yeah, but of course one need to have the certainty that it works. For that, case studies can help, for instance. Yeah, so we need to have more certainty that it works and when it works.
Yes. No, please.
Thank you very much. Lisa Baumann, Freie Universität Amsterdam. And I want to say that I highly appreciate that this is part of the roadmap and that it is in there, because a lot of effort is put in scientifically showing that we can do this extrapolation. And I also highly appreciate that the non-protected life stages are in there, because I see a very high potential in using them, for example, in the field of endocrine disruption, where we know that we can use these fish embryos or also amphibian embryos to show endocrine adversity, because I think this is something, we haven't really touched upon. In the case of environment, it's really important, and for example, endocrine disruption, to show the adversity linked to the mechanism and the endocrine activity. And I don't see, honestly, how to get there with a cell-based assay. We will maybe in the far future, but so far I think we should really rely on the alternative methods we have that are very well established, for which we have a lot of knowledge. AOPs are established. So thanks for implementing this in the roadmap. And I would like to add on this and ask if there are also attempts to improve the existing animal in vivo adult testing or long-term tests that we have, because in my opinion, we can take much more out of them. So let me give you an example. A fish short-term reproduction assay, we basically assess 3 endpoints: reproduction, vitellogenin, and we look at the gonads. We basically throw information away. There's so much more to take out of these animals, and there are so many cases where we end up, for example, in the EFSA-ED group discussing, can we conclude good on ED, yes or no. We would need more information to do so, but the information was there. We could measure hormones, we could measure gene expression, we could look at all the other organs that are in those animals, but we don't. So some people say that animal experiments are not good. I don't think they are per se not good, it's just the way how we perform them. So how can we ensure more information is taken out of the animals that we expose anyway? Are there any attempts in the roadmap to improve what we already have? I think this would also reduce animal testing and refer to the other R's. There are 3 R's.
Thanks. Thomas, you want to make a statement on that?
Yes, I have some answers. So apparently, again, there is a lot of commonalities between human health and environment, because one of the high-level objective and high-level recommendations from the Human Health Working Group is exactly to try, in the meantime, while we are waiting for the ultimate solution, try to use as much as possible from existing in vivo studies. The ECHA as well has the smart in vivo concept. We from ECHA, we already sponsored the development of the omics sampling guidance, and cryopreservation is already included at the WNT level in key test guidelines, including fish embryo and acute fish tests. So this is already happening. So I think, at least from the human health perspective, this is already, and I don't see any reasons why we cannot do the same for the environment. Thank you.
And try to do it quick.
Yeah, thanks for that, Thomas. Indeed, I think that is the thinking under the roadmap. But of course, in the long term, we would like to phase out animal testing. So we also need to see, how to do that, and whether we then really would like to invest a lot into the in vivo testing to get out more information of in vivo testing. I think it really depends case by case how well such in vivo testing is already developed and how quickly we can use it. So the answer is a little bit yes, but that's, I think, in line with the ambition of the roadmap.
Thank you very much, and I think this is the perfect conclusion of this session. So thank you very much for participating in the session. Thank you to the panelists, and I'm passing the floor to Monique.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Georg and Bruno, for this session on environmental safety. Now we are moving to our next session, session 7 on indicators. And this session will be moderated by Orla Moriarty. So Orla is a scientific officer in the Translational Sciences Office at EMA at the European Medicines Agency. She provides support, scientific support, 3Rs, and non-clinical working parties. She is seconded from HPRA Ireland, where she was a non-clinical assessor, formerly worked on Directive 2010-63 assessing applications, and she has expertise in 3R implementation. Orla, the floor is yours.
Thanks, everyone. Good morning. I might just take the opportunity quickly to thank our colleagues from ECHA for hosting us and for the organisation that went into the meeting. This session on indicators, the format we're going to keep fairly loose. So just to keep everyone on their toes before coffee. So we are delighted to have a presentation from Julia Baines, and joining her to answer some of your questions will be Elizabeth Bergeron. So I'll introduce them both, and then I think we'll take the presentation and maybe pause at certain stages during that and take questions from the room and from Slido, so I encourage you to participate actively. So Elizabeth was introduced yesterday. She's the Deputy Head of Unit for Systems Toxicology at the JRC, and in the context of the roadmap is a member of the Inter-Service Group and co-chairs the Change Management Working Group. And then Julia is the Head of Science Policy at PDUK. She has expertise in animal behaviour, welfare, ethics, non-animal testing and non-animal testing strategies under REACH. She represents PETA Science Consortium International as an ECHA accredited stakeholder, liaises with the Commission and the European Parliament on animal testing policy. She has a PhD from the University of Liverpool and a background in animal ethics, law and philosophy. So Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. So as Orla mentioned, we're going to run this session in a slightly different format. So it's not going to be a 20-minute presentation and then the opportunity for questions. It will be a stop-start as we go along, because otherwise it will be death by PowerPoint if I just go through all of the slides and then come back to you. And you will see why. That doesn't mean we have 80 slides. Don't panic. It's not that bad. Okay, so just to explain then about what this session's actually about. At the EPAA workshop back in March, we had a couple of breakout groups. One was in person, one was online. And this was essentially about getting the interested people together to think about how can we measure progress and what does that actually look like. So these were some of the questions that we were asking participants. So what I want to say is what this was not asking how do we map out particular scientific projects and monitor those, because we didn't know at that time what the recommendations would be in the roadmap. We weren't looking at it from that particular perspective. So don't expect to see that coming up. This is looking at the much broader picture. So how we might be managing the transition, how we might be managing the change, and how do we monitor that, and what are some of the broader indicators that we can bring into the roadmap. So these were the questions that we asked, and we collected all of the responses from our participants, and then between myself, Elizabeth, Andrew, also Heli and Marco, together, we were the ones that were coordinating the breakout groups. We essentially put together all of those answers that we got from those groups and from those discussions, and then ordered them in a table and just applied some very arbitrary categories to that, just to try and make a little bit of sense from them. And that's why we've got these categories to take you through. So you can see, just helps us see where the discussions came from and where they're going. So the categories that we got were indicators that very much reflect engagement. So that might be public awareness, support, knowledge sharing, partnerships that might be formed. Looking at status, so the current state of play, where we might be looking at measuring success in development and validation of methods, funding, investment, effectiveness, industry adoption, regulatory acceptance, and how do we actually monitor and look at progress in those particular areas. We also considered looking at how do we actually measure counter progress. How are we overcoming barriers to change? So barriers to adoption, efficiency and reliability, and how can we account for those? So they were categorized as counter progress. And then we've got steps along the way. So these might be more your 3Rs type of indicators, where we're looking less at replacement, but more at reduction or refinement measures, for example. And then finally, it was thinking about composite indicators. So that's combining multiple individual indicators where we can perhaps make comparisons between different elements. So the breakout groups have already had the tables sent to them. So they've already had at least a week. Yes, Julie, you need to quickly open up the table and have a look that was sent to you. So they've had a week and they've had time to comment. Doesn't mean everyone's had a chance to read it in depth. And we know that there are gaps in the table. We know, for example, this is why I've asked Orla to stay on the stage, that it is very chemicals focused and industrial chemicals focused. Perhaps pharma isn't particularly well represented in the table. And there might be certain individuals in the audience, and I'm looking at Christy, because OECD, for example, wasn't particularly covered within the discussions. How can we bring in experiences we get from those discussions and think, are we getting somewhere? Can we measure seeing roadmap progression that is being discussed within OECD, and can we bring that back to the steering group, for example, to think, where do we need to go next? What are the continual hurdles and blocks that we need to overcome? So, as I will take you through the table of indicators per category, I will stop and start at different points. So please start looking at Slido, filling out your questions, or coming up to the microphone straight away when you see something, because we would appreciate your feedback on whether you think an indicator that you see on the table works, whether you feel that it's just not going to be implementable, or whether you think there might be gaps. And it might be that we come to whatever you've thought of later on, but there's so many ideas that we've collected, I just can't show you all at once and then come back. So let's start then with engagement indicators. So we tried to lay out our table just according to the type of change we were looking at. So I'll take you through the first one, for example, creating confidence by dialogue. How do you actually go about measuring that? Well, for example, we might look at the number of pre-submission meetings with agencies about testing strategies involving NAMs for specific substances and mapping the outcomes of those particular meetings. Of course, that's going to be relative to the different agencies that are involved and the types of discussions that are happening. Who are the data holders? Are there any intellectual property or confidential business information requirements that need to be taken into account of? Well, of course, these could be safe harbor discussions, for example. So again, we just need to think about, is this an indicator? Can we take elements from those types of conversations and can we map them? And can we use that to say, actually, yes, this forum for discussion is working? What can we take from this forum of discussion to help promote areas in other places of work? We also have knowledge sharing, for example, on there. So that might be the number of case studies that are clearly related to regulatory implementation that are then shared with the broader audience. And then we've got another example, awareness of stakeholders who are not directly involved in or contributing to chemical safety assessments. So that might be the follow-up interviews. This might be where we bring in the civil society kind of sector. That was something that was brought up yesterday. Or as well, I think some people are saying perhaps academia hadn't been fully involved in some of those discussions. So it might not be that we're talking about engagement with regulators and the data holders, but the wider audience of stakeholders, so academia and civil society sectors. And I'll just take you through one more slide. We might also be looking at perception of change, attitudes, for example. We might set up a survey that could be done to provide a satisfaction index of perception of change. I mean, a lot of people here in the room are here because you're fully on board with the roadmap, or you're interested to hear about it. We talk about shared goals, but I think it's quite obvious not everyone is always on the same path. So it's good to think about communication strategies. Are they being effective? How can we measure that? We can look at perception and attitudes. We also might want to look then in terms of those communication strategies, use of positive and negative language in public discourse. I mean, I can give you an example from a few years ago. There was a survey that came out, a commission survey, which one of the questions was essentially bottled down to, would you rather have less protection or more NAMs? Clearly, the phrasing of that question was rather alarming because it wasn't actually supposed to be a way up between the two, but that's how it came across. That's a problem with public discourse and communication. One thing I'd like to say from the past 2 days, I think there's been very positive language used. It's been very much not a hanging on to the in vivo studies and the value that they've given. It's just an acceptance that we're moving in a different area, and that's what we're focusing on, is about going along that path. But perhaps we want to look then at a sentiment analysis of specific communication, taking texts or comments from Caracal, for example. It just helps us inform understanding of where different people are coming from. And then we might want to look at recognition. So it could be number of awards, quite an arbitrary category there. Accomplishments for phasing out animal testing. How many medals are we giving out? All right, I am going to pause there and We've got Elizabeth, I think, is keeping an eye on Slido. Or will be, or I'll look at my phone, but I can see we've got a question in the room. So Cecile, please.
Yeah, Julia, thank you for the presentation. I have to admit that there is a lot of things in this table difficult to digest on spot, but I have a simple one to propose you on perception of change. The number of CLH that are going to be built on by ECHA agreed under the ATPs that will not be appealed in front of the Court of Justice when they are based on read-across or using also in vitro data. That's going to be a perfect, I think, non-discutable case number that you can put there. So I think the best perception of change is when industry will accept, especially, I would say, to be honest, more on read-across CLH dossiers. So yeah, maybe right on top. It doesn't cost anything to you. You can keep the money to put it somewhere else, as I proposed yesterday. And we move a large step forward, acceptance of non-animal CLH dossiers.
Great, thank you, Cecile. I think that probably is very close to one of the indicators we've got coming up when we're looking at the status of play and regulatory acceptance. So it's nice to see. Well, yeah, but attitudes to its ways in which we can monitor. Yes, yes, exactly. It's not actually measuring have regulators, but the attitudes to it. Yes, yeah. So yeah, no, it's great. We also have Katie in the room. Yes, please.
Oh yeah. Is it working? Okay, Katie Taylor from the European Coalition to End Animal Experiments. Yeah, we're talking about communication, and I like the indicators you've got up there. Use of positive language, and I think one really strong indicator of success of the roadmap will be the extent to which we are seeing sort of policy cohesion across the European Commission. I know Julia mentioned this yesterday. It's really important that we start to see Commission services and even higher up officials at the very top levels starting to talk about the fact that the European Union supports the end of animal testing and wants to see a lot more research on NAMs. So if we see that kind of consistent communication across the Commission, that would be a really good indicator. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. It is looking at having that cohesion across the different levels. And
I am ready with the questions now.
Go for it.
So we have one that yeah, I can just comment myself first that of course we have tried to elaborate how they are sort of worded and so on, but we can of course improve for the understanding. So I have the first one here is, so if the numbers of pre-submission meetings is low, is this automatically industry's fault that is not using the opportunity, or will there be an objective root cause analysis, costs, time to the market needs, etc.?
I think it's a fair point, because I think part of collecting information is to find out why is something the way it is. So it may well be that we do a deeper dive into some of those root causes. Like I say, Orla, perhaps you want to come in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so you had the disclaimer at the start that this was before some of the recommendations, and I think that first one ties in really well with the sort of state spaces and the kind of matrix of those, and the different sort of stages of development that those kind of apply to, and I think sort of mapping those safe spaces with the kind of indicators would be really useful, and so the ITF, so the Innovation Task Force we have at EMA, for example, is a very early stage. It's free of charge to method developers. So we already have some. We've published some information on the number of those meetings that were related to NAMs. So I don't think there's an intention to sort of to punish industry for not applying to those, but I think mapping across the different types of interactions that there are will give a clearer picture.
Great. Right, I shall move on then to our next categories. These are more of our status indicators. So like I said before, looking at perhaps slightly more related to development validation, funding, how we might look at cost effectiveness.
I see we have another question.
Oh, we got one more before we move on? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Hi, this is Magda Sahana from the OECD. I mean, it was really interesting what you captured there. And I was thinking how to link the discussion before about more case studies using NAMs and having this engagement. And we have at the OECD this IATA case study project. And I mean, it would be nice to see some more engagement. And this is actually the opportunity now because we are moving to a different framework. We have also an assessment framework for IATA. So even if regulators, but also registrants don't have time to review the case study, at least they can go later and see if this IATA is applicable into their regulatory context. And we've heard earlier from Maurice that we have many. So it will be nice, you know, to engage through there, but also feedback to the OECD work, so we know also what things we need to change, learn from them. So
Yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely. It's trying to learn that where we have opportunities, are they being taken up? And if not, why not? Where can we link the dialogue between what might be happening in the working groups and actually where it might feed into more of the OECD pipelines? So absolutely, I think it is worth looking at. Okay, so status indicators then. So this might be looking at change types such as maintaining innovation by the establishment of accurate NAM batteries. So for example, you could measure the number of new versions of NAM batteries that are accepted to ensure protection levels. Of course, this has to be relative according to the substance, the decisions made, and be based on suspected false positives. And industry are clearly going to be part of the data holders in that. We also need to think about building capacity. So that might be, for example, a nice simple indicator to look at number of FTEs working on animal safety assessment in different sectors. Or in terms of capacity, number of in vitro tests that are being actually conducted for safety assessment. Are we seeing changes related to the number of chemicals actually being assessed? And we need to think about who's involved and potential issues with that. We've also got efficiency of NAM development. So again, you know, we've talked about validation and where bottlenecks may or may not exist, but it might be as a very arbitrary indicator. You look at the number of NAMs that have successful OECD validation or case study publication. But that needs to be relative to the funding that is being allocated to NAM development, or perhaps the time it's been taken to discuss at the OECD prior to acceptance. We might look at regulatory coverage of NAM development. So we might look at, for example, percentage of regulatory standard information requirements for which we have validated test methods available for more than 80% of the chemicals. Or we look at acceptance for regulatory use within the EU. So we look at where guidance documents are being updated and are they being included. But again, a lot of this is relative to what is going on within the policy sphere. We need to map this according to the funding that's actually been allocated. We need to look at the number of standard information requirements, endpoints for which, and compare that to where NAMs are not currently accepted. So I shall pause there after those couple of slides and see if we have any reactions. Yes, please.
Katia Lacasse, Cefic Chemical Industry. I have a general question when it comes to the slides you have put forward the table, because we have heard in the one of the very first presentation, I think it was from Laura Holden, that when it comes also about success, and it's also a lot about the confidence in the outputs, and I was wondering, and about trust at the end in the change going in the right direction for all the ones that are impacted, but certainly also then involved. And I was wondering whether you have foreseen an additional column when you look at the indicators that are proposed in terms of what is the impact of the indicators in terms of trust, or indeed maybe creating distrust. I mean, just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, the table took many forms in terms of drafting. I had to, see what we could also fit on a slide. But absolutely, I think
no, I think it's a good idea. And I have to say in general, because I read a couple of other slide questions as well. And that is, of course, that we need to go more in detail. We have tried to map them from the discussions we had. And then some of them were not even sort of really indicators, and we have tried to shape them, we have divided them and so on. We have worked them through in some way. But we recognize that we have to work further, and that was also your reply to the question before. So, I mean, you need to, of course, see which type of information you collect and so on. So I think that we have to elaborate them. But it's not said that we have to elaborate all of them, of course. So we also have at some point to choose and understand which are the important ones. We also have some idea that, of course, for example, we were not thinking that perhaps we at the GRC are doing everything, or the Commission, but it can be also, of course, the agencies, because they have a lot of information, but also industry or NGOs. I mean, everyone that feel like they can do something and can use it also in their own sort of context, are very welcome to take on an indicator and then perhaps sit down and develop it together with us.
Yeah, and I think related to that, there's a question in the Slido about the perception and adoption of change varies according to where we are in the paradigm shift, and is that factored in? So I think that will be on the kind of elaboration, yeah.
Yes, Marco, please.
Thank you. Just a question on the indicator on the implementation of the batteries. So the first indicator on the third slide that you showed. I was wondering if there could be a space for sub-indicators on this one, on the economics. I'm thinking of 3 levels. One is the CRO's implementation. So if, of course, a CRO needs to implement 20 assays and that are run only 3 times a year, is not economic for them. The applicants, if we have to do 6 batteries instead of 28 days and we spend 1.5 million, what's the impact on the industry? And of course, the assessors. So in the agencies, they need to receive 120 tests now instead of a 28-day, and what's the time for them to assess them and reach the regulatory conclusion? So if anyone can comment on these aspects.
Yes, I can say that further in the table, we actually have some of those indicators, but linking them together is where we can form the composite indicators. And I think that's a really nice example with the in vitro batteries, definitely. Yes, please.
Thank you. Nina Reinecke from ChemTrust. I think these are really good ideas for indicators for really gaining experience, because as we said, this is one of the most important examples in the implementation to know how are we doing and how are the methods accepted. So I had the idea that another indicator could be to look at the self-classifications that industry has to do under CLP, because then there's already the obligation to self-classify based on available data, on in vitro methods. So how does the NAM actually, how are the NAMs used there? How much are self-classifications based on read across? How much are they based on in silico predictions? Yeah, just to add that as one additional idea.
Yeah, and I think that's also a nice example of where industry can take ownership of an indicator, to be transparent in what they're doing as well in terms of their classification, where they are using NAMs, because we do want people to take ownership for their work and to be transparent, obviously, with it. And I think that's a nice example. But of course, they need to document this somewhere. And I think as where Elizabeth was referring yesterday, there is now the possibility to do that through the JRC and document some of this.
Thank you. Yvonne Rusendak, A&M University. It surprises me that the focus is on maybe reinventing the indicators rather than using some that already are very well established. And I want to give a shout out to our host, to ECHA, that publishes triennial reports on alternatives to animal testing. There's already data on how many decisions or dossiers have used non-animal alternatives for skin sensitization or other things. There's very good indication as to how many adaptations have been tried. So I think that I was surprised that in your tables, that part of the data that is actually very concrete and can be tied directly to the number of test guideline tests not being performed can actually be much more useful.
Don't worry, it's there.
Okay, well, again, I think, as a NAM developer and as a person familiar with how drug development tools are tried to be approved in the United States, I can tell you that if you're going to count FTEs or number of consultations, that's probably not going to be tied to anything concrete.
Though I would argue that I think looking at FTEs gives us an indication of where CROs are involved in particular and preparedness for example, taking the in vitro batteries on and having them there and ready. So I think it helps us get a mapping of that kind of area.
I think most of the NAM developers, especially in the MPS world, are still trying to think as to whether they can make money by selling their devices to the end users rather than being CROs themselves. And then CROs are not lining up to take on those new technologies because they're slow, expensive. And many of the MPS developers are trying to offer CRO services. So I think given the diversity of the ecosystem there, the Commission or others may have hard time counting heads, so to speak, and the actual players, because most of the work is probably going to be in really, tiny SMEs rather than in the larger CROs. So just a word of caution, because the ecosystem is quite fluid and diverse.
Yeah, and I think it was, as Elizabeth commented earlier, some of these indicators are going to be applicable to some sectors, but not necessarily to others.
Yeah, and it's not said that we are going to collect them. That was the other thing, because we had these discussion groups. So, I mean, it might also be others that are collecting, perhaps within your own company or whatever it is. And of course, we will use the already indicators that the ECHA is already publishing as well. I mean, this was to enlarge sort of the view of indicators, and also to have perhaps different stories to tell, and with relevance also to different pieces of legislation.
If I can just take us through the next couple of slides, which are still on the same category, just in the interest of time, and then I will come back to you, Bas. So if I can just go back to the slide presentation. Okay, so we've also got then use of non-animal research data. We might be looking at frequency of non-animal, non-standard research that is being used in regulatory assessment. You might be thinking Annex 11, for example. Resource allocation for confidence building, so the funding that is being provided for case studies, trainings, workshops, etc. Cost effectiveness as well, so cost and time for reviewing NAM-based dossiers. This where we may be getting some more agency feedback for where can we be more effective and efficient. And then in terms of cost, the cost of the batteries themselves, for example, but again, needs to be relative to the cost of the in vivo tests, affordability of NAMs, and that might be willingness to pay by the manufacturer, but it also might be the willingness to pay we look at by consumers for ethical products. But I will now pause there. So Bas, please.
Yeah, Bas de Waard, policy advisor at the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture. I was thinking in relation to the point that was raised before, is you could also look at how many small companies are being established, spin-offs from academia, working on developing these new types of models, because it can give an indication where the economic opportunity is, which is, I think, a strong driver for this roadmap. And in addition to that, maybe also simply counting the amount of counting the research output of regulatory scientists could also be quite a concrete one. Yeah.
Yeah, nice, thank you.
Thank you. I was reflecting on these building trust and giving trainings to regulators and risk assessments, which I completely agree. But I also wanted to share a reflection on this because taking the example of the pesticides, of course, we have a very long list of data requirements, but this is not the only data we should consider. There are other ways of submitting NAMS data that we are also obliged to consider through scientific literature or to support the modes of action. And I have to say the studies that arrive to our table for the substance that we need to evaluate, the majority of them, the quality, it's not high enough for us to take into consideration. So this is a process also to train regulators in risk assessments. If we are exposed to these methods, we are obliged to understand them and to evaluate. But in a lot of cases, especially in literature, we don't have enough information that allows us to evaluate these studies. So I think a possible indicator, there was mentioned the guidance from OECD, but also the amount of methods that are well described in literature. There was a report from JRC, and also within EFSA, we are developing a guidance for critical appraisal tools to have the things detailed and more clearly. And I think it would be also interesting to see how many NAMs will pass this threshold, having an effort also from the people that is developing this data and put it out there.
Yeah, I mean, it demonstrates that just trying to collect quantitative indicators isn't always easy because there's always going to be qualitative aspects to it in terms of why. Why is it that amount? Why is there the lack of engagement? Why are we not seeing the acceptance? Because it's not always an easy answer. So I think trying to understand that's important. But I'll take another question in the room.
Yeah, Miriam Ruiten, RIVM. I still have one comment, but I first want to build on the comment made by Sophia, because what you mentioned made me realize even further that I think when further developing the roadmap, what we really need to do then in the different working groups is to make sure that we correctly link to all the indicators. And I think we didn't even start yet. Yeah. So that's another task. So it will be a busy summer, I guess. The other comment I want to make is actually building then on Evan's comments, as in, so I think on one hand, I really appreciate the work done, but I think then at the same time also we really need to further refine the indicators and probably often play devil's advocate, because you started this nice session.
Test.
Okay. About, for instance, with the confidence, right, by having dialogue. And I think many of these indicators, if you look at them, well, you could say, yeah, we had another chat at the coffee, but then I think this is not really indicating the progress made. So there I think we should really scrutinize how we phrase it, what are the indicators, etc. Otherwise it will be just fluffy, nothing, right? So just, and in that sense, I really also would like then to suggest that we see what are the indicators that have been developed elsewhere already. For instance, in PARC, we also did a lot of effort on that, and I'm not saying they're all fantastic, but there are multiple projects like that where people have gone through this whole process already. So let's also take advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just on that, there's a comment in the Slido which rings true a little bit, but it says that most of these indicators for change seem to require a lot of time investment with regards to analysis of documents, scanning websites, etc. Let's move now. Essentially, it's talking about the resources and do we really have the capacity to measure all of these things that we want to measure?
Well, the short answer is no, because it shouldn't necessarily be the Commission or JRC doing this all. Sometimes it's what can I do in my daily working life to monitor what is going on, and can I actually then report on that and feedback on that? But there may well be some in this table that are just not feasible. That's absolutely. But it should be What we'd like to see from indicators is that this just becomes an ingrained part of activities, roadmap activities that are not necessarily all stemming from the Commission or from the agencies, but are indeed coming from the wider stakeholder community, and how can they feed back up into what is happening at their level, back up the chain. Ingrid, please.
Hi, thanks. Really excited about this work. I think it really makes the roadmap more tangible. On the ethical products indicator and marketing labels. So if you look at different transitions, this transition to animal-free safety assessment is the only one where consumers have very little to contribute, because there is no ethical label for paint or cucumbers, or right. So I would love for some of us to take the initiative to indeed make labels for products that have avoided animal testing, and then we could actually measure the uptake of these more ethical products. And also the market share of ethical products produced without animal testing. So very excited to also think through what role consumers could play beyond cosmetics in this transition. Thanks.
Great, thank you. If we can just go back to slides, because there's still a bit of a chunk of the table to get through, so I'm just going to whip through some more. Okay, so it might be that we're looking at financial, also consumer behaviour, like we've just mentioned. This might be market share of cruelty-free products, added value, loss of GDP, for example, amount of venture capital that could be given to startups. These are just a few more examples, so just thinking about the financial elements of indicators. We could also be looking at guidance, legislative updates, acceptance. But again, we need to think about what is that actually relative to, what was the original baseline from publication of the roadmap, how can we map that, what are the causes that are actually triggering updates. So again, that is more mapping, feeding into thinking what is happening along the chain. We might also be looking at, as was mentioned earlier, at classification, for example. Number of CLP classes for which classification relies entirely on NAMs. We might also be looking at the number of substances endpoints which rely entirely on non-animal methods. Looking at the number of new cosmetic ingredients, we might be looking at innovation indicators, or funding method development, funding for method development for specific endpoints. I'll quickly go through. This is our last one for this particular category, so we're nearly there. It's also, for example, looking at change type reflecting protection of human health, maintaining the ability to innovate, and there was a very specific one at the end of this category, which was second species requirements. So perhaps a number of data requirements for second species being deleted. But perhaps we can take a couple from the Slido. Oh, and we also have one in the room whilst we're pulling up Slido. So yes, please.
Yeah, no, and no, I will let you on in. I just wanted to say that those that gives examples and ideas about indicators, of course, in the Slido, we save them.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
if you don't
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. My name is John Colburn from the University of Birmingham Center for Environmental Research and Justice. Very encouraging to see those indicators. In fact, they seem to be much broader than, in fact, the stepping stones that are being laid out in the roadmap. And it would be an interesting exercise to begin now seeing how they map to the actual recommendations themselves, because I feel like the recommendations are less rich than what those indicators are. And I'll just give you one example, for instance. We at the University of Birmingham are beginning to train PhD students in the link between science and justice, science and regulation, but also science and economics. And if you remember Laura Holton's talk where she was talking about recognizing the opportunity, there's a lot of financial opportunities that are being listed there, possibly even creating a brand new marketplace for biomarkers for environmental, health-related issues. And yet, what we would need to do is, of course, reflect on what are the requirements for that to happen. And one of them that comes to mind right away is that we are going to stifle innovations if we insist that the aspects that are prescriptive in terms of regulatory toxicology is on the method itself and not on the data. If we switch that around and we basically insisted on the quality, the quantity, the reliability, the efficiency of the data itself, and then let the market compete for the best way in which to achieve this, we may actually have, as one of your indicators as well, the number of intellectual property applications, patents, for instance. And so I do see an opportunity here where the drive towards removing animals from these tests will also create new opportunities, just like the one that Laura had said with regards to the elimination of the CFCs when it came down to addressing the ozone layer. It was to the industry's benefit that those CFCs are removed that created a brand new marketplace for alternatives, and we can do the same thing here.
Yeah, great, thank you. Gavin.
Hello, everyone. Gavin Maxwell, Unilever. I'm going to build on John's comment. I had a very similar reaction to seeing all these. Thank you very much to the team for doing all this work, and I think we've seen the richness of the discussions you've had today. I wonder if we could foresee, before we move to implementation, taking the time to really look and see, if we look now at the plans from the human health, the environment space, how could we map these indicators on? I think that was the essence of John's idea, really, so that we can ensure we are tracking the most impactful metrics. I know that's what you're trying to do, but it's just to acknowledge to everyone in this team that I don't think we've really had the chance to do that. We're trying to cross-strap. And to create the opportunity to do that would be excellent. Hi, Georg. Would you like to say something?
No, you can't.
Georg Streck, European Commission. I would indeed like to suggest that we maybe concretely look on the indicators in the working groups for human health and environmental safety assessment, and then really see there how can we link it to the discussions in the two working groups and what can be taken over. I think that would really then bring forward also the discussion on the indicators. Maybe that is the next step to do.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, what you're seeing today is a discussion in progress. So it's a collection of thoughts and ideas which haven't been mapped. And I think that mapping and that next level of discussion is obviously incredibly important. So if we can go back to the slides, please. Okay, so counter progress. So we just had the one slide on this particular category, but you can see that trying to look at overcoming barriers, the participants from the breakout groups are thinking about perhaps it might be the number of animal testing that's carried out for endpoints where it's been triggered by a NAM outcome. Genotoxicity could be an example there. It might be the number of read-across arguments for specific information requirements that have not been accepted or they've been rejected. And so again, thinking into why that's happened, it might be the number of endpoints lacking consensus on the definition or equivalent protection levels, or we might be looking at number of publications or grants that are fostering non-animal studies and looking at the biases that we still get in publication and funding. And I can see we've got a comment in the room. Yes, please, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie Stevenson from Cruelty-Free Europe. I think lots of these indicators are really great points and ones that have been made in the room as well. But I noticed that lots of them are geared towards the phase in of new non-animal tests, and we need to remember the priority is the phase out of animal tests. So we just need to, when we're talking about the prioritization of indicators, we need to think about things, for example, of how many animal tests have been removed from the EU TMR, for example, or how many specific references to animal tests have been removed from legislation or guidance documents. So we just need to remember that's the priority of this roadmap overall.
Yeah, and I think that feeds into the impact of indicators and where we're seeing an impact as part of it. Okay, we're very nearly there. So looking then at progress. So again, thinking about phasing out of animal tested. So this might be phasing out of tests that are conducted within the EU for fulfilling EU requirements. it might be phasing out of tests where they've been conducted to fulfill non-EU requirements, or it might be the phasing out of animal testing where you are fulfilling EU requirements, but that testing is conducted outside of the EU. And for some of these areas, apart from that last one, this is where we do have some really good data that is already available through the Allura's database. And it's about how can we harvest that information to have an impact further down the line. Or is there further information that might need to be in some of the registration dossiers to allow us to access some of that information? So that might be where that bottom point comes in, indicating, for example, where the studies are actually conducted. And that information then can go into, for example, REACH dossiers, and that could be collected. Just gives you an idea of where the testing is always going on, because it's not always happening here within the EU. And of course, we might be looking at change type according to severity, waiving animal studies under Annex 11. Sorry, it's all still very chemicals focused, or looking at exposure waiving. And I can see we've got a couple of comments in the room.
Yeah, I actually had a comment, raise a comment on global harmonization, and then I saw the indicators. But can we have a bolder indicator that indicates where Europe was able to globally remove an animal test? For example, number of proposals to OECD to delete a test guideline for an obsolete test, numbers of meetings proposed to US EPA, Canada, bigger geographies to start a discussion on test X. Actually, we have an alternative in Europe, or GHS proposals to GHS, to something really where we can see the role of Europe in leading the discussion internationally. I think that would be a really nice number of indicators or sub-indicators.
I mean, I think something like perhaps the rabbit pyrogen test is a nice example of that, where there was a lot of work that happened here within the EU, and then there was updates to EU pharmacopoeia, and then taking that more further onto the global stage. Of course, yeah, it's not always a case that where you have an accepted method, it's actually always being used. But yeah, it is nice to have big, bold wins, if you like. And Katie?
Hi. Yeah, really good indicators on here, and actually really pleased to see recognition that we do need to look at the number of animals and animal tests that are done outside the EU for EU purposes. So pleased to see that, but there needs to be a change in reporting, because the only agency, well, EMA could do it as well, but ECHA needs to actually be able to look at that information. At the moment, it's hidden, it's confidential, so external third parties such as myself can't mine ECHA Chem database, because the location of testing, even by country level, is hidden. So we need to look into that.
Yeah. May I just say that we are running out of time, and this is very funny, because yesterday Julia and I was talking.
We're like, no one's going to be interested.
Yeah, they will be so bored about indicators. How are we going to fill up this session? But it's was not the case.
We've got 2 slides left. So if we just go through these last 2 slides, and then we can take any final comments for those that are happy to just delay coffee for another minute. So just on this last particular category, again, it was thinking about, we have suggestions for waiving of studies for veterinary medicines, or use of non-animal approach for certain substances where it's possible to apply to other substances. So for example, to explain that one, it might be that someone's taken their particular case study to approval for the EMA for a particular drug in a particular category, but actually there's opportunities to broaden that out. And then very finally, this is just where we need the composite indicators to bring together some of those examples. I really like Marco's example earlier of where you might be looking at a particular type for the in vitro batteries, but putting those all together to form that full story. So were there any final comments? Oh, lots. Please go ahead.
Peter Klausing, Pesticide Action Network. I was going to comment on the 3R part, because I feel that refinement is a little bit underrepresented, and it could also be a counter development, or even one category more up, where you talked about eliminating the second species. And I would like to refine it into eliminating the less appropriate species and thinking about not just using routinely the species, but first using NUMS, what species is most appropriate for predicting and for safety assessment, and using this knowledge for refinement in this direction.
Yeah, and another one we had on refinement, which I didn't go into detail, was the severity categories, where you might actually reduce the severity of a particular test.
Flora Borchert of ChemTrust. So the goal of chemical regulation is to ensure a certain protection level for human health and wildlife, or to at least, or like to even enhance us, right? How do you think is this goal reflected in the indicators? Because I feel like there might be actually a missing link between the indicators and reaching this goal of ensuring a protection level of human health and the environment, or to even enhance it.
Well, I think that probably comes back to the fact that we've not had the discussions at the working group level to look at the particular projects and therefore look at the impact. And I think that is the next level of discussion that is required.
Okay, thank you.
How far into coffee are we going to go, or do we need to? Yeah, I think we need to wrap up, I'm afraid. But if you do have any more ideas or suggestions, then please do come see Elizabeth and I, and we'd be very happy to continue the discussion. But otherwise, thank you very much.
And of course, everything we have recorded, so we will collect it.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome back. We're resuming our program now with a statement from EFSA by Carlos. Carlos Gonzalo das Neves is the chief scientist at the European Food Safety Authority. His expertise is in animal health, food safety, wildlife, emerging diseases, and One Health. He had former roles including Director of Research and Head of Virology and Food Safety at the Norwegian Veterinary Institute. He was a former professor. He has a PhD in veterinary sciences and was appointed as the co-chair of the One Health high-level expert panel in 2024. Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Munir. So very good morning to everyone. And thank you for these minutes for some short reflections, perhaps more than a statement. But first, a privilege to be here on this third public workshop on the new approach methodologies and on phasing out animal testing. I'd like, of course, to extend also our thanks to the European Commission for the organization and to our sister agency, ECHA, for bringing us here and for hosting us for these 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I mean, there are times in moments in these collaborative journeys where the voice of the people rises and it's clear and undeniable, and they demand change and then demand progress. And this initiative, this roadmap, and in fact, this gathering here today, is not the result of a scientific project. It's not the result of a legislative cooking up on a room in Brussels. It's the results of me, of you, of every citizen that empowered this citizens' initiative. It's a powerful statement of shared values for change. And that's why we're here. And that's why for the European Food Safety Authority, it's not just about participating, it's deeply and unequivocally commitment to this process. We welcome the public dialogue, the ideas, the concerns, the critics, the aspirations, the frustrations, because it mirrors very well the inception of this initiative. I should do a disclaimer that for a virologist, as myself as a background, NAMs and ecotoxology are always troubled waters. I benefit, of course, of my two champions in this roadmap, and Sophia Late is here, and I'm sure you're all familiarized with Jean-Luc Dorn. He couldn't be here, but sends his greetings. There's another big NAM show in Singapore right more or less now. But I benefit from having them, and they are kind enough to provide me on a regular basis some sessions, I call it Roadmap for Dummies, that hopefully will allow me to share some ideas with you. First of all, let's be frank. Bringing up the European Commission, the Joint Research Centre, the European agencies, the stakeholders, the NGOs, the privates, in itself is a monumental task. Some would say it almost needs a roadmap of its own. But it's a commitment for a single and laudable aim, to eventually, responsibly and completely phase out animal testing wherever possible. And let me assure you from what I hear and from this path for the last 2 years, I believe that everyone involved, every dedicated scientist and policy expert is giving their utmost to find solutions. For EFSA, we embrace this opportunity to collaborate, not just with our EU colleagues, but also with the brilliant minds of academia that we have heard about, the innovative forces in industry, the passionate advocates of our NGOs. This is collective action at its best. For EFSA, as the European Food Safety Risk Assessment body, the integrations of new approach methodologies in our current strategy is not just a peripheral topic. It's woven into the fabric of our current strategy. It's written in the document itself, running throughout 2027, and it's absolutely core to our business. You've heard about the famous 15 regulatory frameworks. 5 of them are directly in our remit, another 4 are close to our remit. So it's something we take serious, and we acknowledge it's complex. We know that navigating this legislative flexibility to embrace NAMs is a journey on its own. But we are, in our remit, seeing some pathways to success. We are seeing it move forward in novel foods, or, for example, in the ongoing revision of the Foods Additives Guidance. It can be done. It's not just possible, it's actually feasible, and I would dare to say it's essential. So where do we stand for us at EFSA? I'll try to summarize a little what I think is our view on this. First and foremost, it was important to map our needs. Check. And now, of course, we need to, and this is a little more difficult, have a look where the scientific gaps exist. And even in the relentless march of science, and it's moving quicker and quicker, gaps can occur, gaps will occur. And this gap between science and regulatory science is a tough cookie. And bringing these gaps closing these gaps means also continuous adaptation. Updating guidances, validating new approaches, refining data requirements, understanding precisely where and how these gaps may be bridged will be key for our progress and for our success. Therefore, at EFSA, we support several initiatives that are taking place. I can't name them all, but I would, of course, give the examples of PARC or ASPIS, but also very much our fully support and totally on board with our ECHA colleagues in their recently launched and updated key areas for regulatory challenges, their CARCs. But let me also be quite clear. We haven't been shy, and we will not be shy, to lead as well where we think it's absolutely important for us. We've spearheaded some projects like the neurodevelopmental in vitro battery, bringing together key players from member states, from researchers, GRC, OECD, and so on. We are exploring how to phase out dogs as a second species in testing, something that is, of course, driven both by ethics, but by cutting-edge science. And we are developing qualification systems to bring reliable NAMs faster to the regulatory risk assessment outputs, starting, for example, also in the complex world of nanomaterials. We hope that we are empowering risk assessors and applicants also with powerful computational in silico tools and clear guidances on how to reliably implement these NAMs. This is really not just to talk the talk. I hope this is a little bit of walk the talk. Let's recognize the profound importance of NAMs in these broader environmental risk assessments, exploring non-protected stages like the electroembryos to replace vertebrate studies. I know pesticides is key, but please keep in mind that for us, I have additives, supplements, enzymes, nutrition, water more recently. So it's really, really a broad amount of topics that need to be covered. And let me also repeat something that I tend to say whenever I do these events. We are, of course, committed to change, to transition, to evolution. We are committed to new methodologies. We are committed to use fewer and ultimately no animals for risk assessment purposes. Not just because of the ethical reasons, which are profound, but because it aligns very well with the best science being made that allow us to take this step forward. However, we do have a non-negotiable clause, which I hope all of you would share with us. This evolution can never come at the cost of human health or environmental safety. NAMs must continue to ensure the same, if not higher standards as the methods they replace. And in a regulatory ecosystem, I also acknowledge the needs of many, including applicants, for the fact that they also need to offer predictability, stability, and fitness for purpose. This is a challenge we must embrace. The quality of EFSA risk assessments depends on this, and the trust the consumer places on us is paramount. It is truly non-negotiable. For this, we are also making significant investments. And for us, not being a research funding organization, I would like to highlight an ongoing investment of more than 20 million euros, bridging from silico tools linked to protein safety in GMOs, QSARs for pesticides, PBK models, all the way also to in vitro tools to study metabolism, as well as the worlds of omics and the already very much advertised DNT. But, dear colleagues, this work is fundamentally collaborative. we are deeply grateful for our partnerships with Europe, with the Commission, with the agencies, with the member states, with ILMERAC, and with so many more that make global challenges be faced with global solutions. We've been in the vanguard of food safety, so the approach to NAMs is the natural place for Europe to lead. This roadmap, I believe, is a clear and decisive step in the right direction. Translating complex science into effective regulation is a challenge. We must now find the best ways to test these methods in safe and controlled environments and then move forward towards rigorous validation and qualification. And perhaps most critically, and allow me here one extra minute, we must really strive for harmonization. And here, among scientific domains across jurisdictions. And to those here representing member states, at least in the remit of our work, this is key. We will be issuing risk assessments that can at times be done simultaneously by member states. The appearance of divergences between EU agencies and member states because of a lack of harmonization on NAMs will be extremely difficult to explain both to applicants as to consumers. So this is a call for action that will only succeed with the unwavering commitments of you all, not just the legislators, not just the community, not just our vital stakeholders, but citizens. And I take stock of the last presentation on indicators to highlight how important it will be the steps of communicating back to the signatories that we have taken seriously their requests and that we have paved the way for future solutions. We know the roadmap is one but crucial critical step on a long path. We now need commitment that is sustained, human resources, broad support, a sound governance mechanisms without too many additional complications, and also the vital funding that is needed for science to close these remaining gaps. And once again, allow me to remind all that last year in Europe, 122 billion euros were invested in public funding into R&D. Horizon Europe, while often called the mother of all money, represents 20 billion only. This is to say that 102 billion of the research funding in Europe is in the European capitals. Closing the gaps, investing in regulatory science challenges is also therefore very much the job of all member states. So dear colleagues, allow me to express a tremendous thank once again to our colleagues in the Commission, Catherine and Georg, thank you very much for the long process. And to our colleagues in ECHA, Ophelia, thank you very much for these 2 days, Munir, for hosting us here. And to all of you, your presence here is also a testimony that the European citizens are being heard by the institutions, by the systems that we have put in place to protect them. Their demands should keep us accountable. Their hopes should push us for action. This will be the path to a more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much. Kiitos.
Thank you so much, Carlos, for your statements and EFSA commitment. And now we'll move to our next session, which is a panel discussion, a moderated panel discussion with stakeholders. It will be moderated by Orla and Sofia. You already know them, you heard of them, so I won't introduce them. Orla from EMA and Sofia from EFSA.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Munir. So this last session will be a duo sharing, a bit like the Oscars, I think. Let's see if we can keep it as engaging. And it was very generous from our ECHA colleagues to invite the other 2 agencies to host. So I'm glad to open the closing session. So we have heard everything that we had to share about the roadmap. We now want to hear your opinions, and for that, we have selected a broad range of panel members trying to represent all the sectors. So please come to the stage. Do you want to start presenting, introducing them, Orla, please?
Thank you. I'm not sure about Oscars, but this is a bumper panel session, and it is with that ambition to try and represent as many stakeholders as possible. So I'm going to introduce the first three panelists briefly. So the first is John Colborne, who's Chair of Environmental Genomics at the University of Birmingham. He specialises in applied omics and environmental research and pursuing precision toxicology. He's also the director of the Centre for Environmental Research and Justice and advises the UK government as a member of the Hazardous Substances Advisory Committee. And he's the coordinator of the Precision Tox project. Sylvia Escher is a senior researcher at Fraunhofer Institute for Toxicology and Experimental Medicine. She leads the division of safety assessment and toxicology, and she's the head of in silico toxicology. She has extensive experience in NAMs, including in NGRA frameworks, AOPs, and PPK models. And then finally for me, Dr. Kasia Lacasse is the Senior Advisor for Product Stewardship at CEFIC, the European Chemical Industry Council. She leads the network of experts and issue teams and advises on regulatory toxicology and new approach methodologies. She's the Industry Vice Chair of the EPAA.
Thank you. So we heard from the research representatives and industry. We also invited member states representatives. We have Cécile Michel, that you have heard a lot as well. She's the head of chemicals assessment in ANSES. No, I don't say it as a criticism. Huh? It's good to have the member states involved. She's responsible for the implementation of the French strategy on endocrine disruptors and European regulations REACH, CLP, and cosmetics for France. We also have Bas Ward, who is a policy advisor in the Ministry of Agriculture. He currently works on national policies to foster collaboration between policy, academia, industry, and regulators within the transition program towards animal-free innovation. And finally, we have also from NGOs representatives, we have with us Katie Taylor from the European Coalition on the End of Animal Experimentation. She works in animal welfare and regulatory affairs, and she's also part of several working groups in OECD, ECHA, and EMA. And we have Nina Reineken. She's the head of Chemical Trust, and she chairs Management Board in Chemical Trust Europe and Germany. And she's committed to increase science policy update and reflect the latest science in regulation. So we had two broad questions for our panel members. We will try to divide half-half. I will do the first half, and Orla will do the second. So this was the first part we want to hear, first from the panel members, but also from the audience and online. What are your feedbacks in the roadmap? We have heard the examples from the human health, environmental, the organization of the roadmap, sandboxes, safe spaces, the commitment from research and the indicators. So putting all together, now not going so much into the specificities unless you want, what do you consider are the main strengths or the possible weaknesses? You don't have to touch upon all the points, but yeah, whatever feedback you would like to bring, it will be useful. So I will not name anyone that would like to start. Yes, Katie, please.
No. Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for letting me start. Yeah, I just wanted to start really positively. Actually, I think for us, the main strengths has actually been the roadmap process itself, and actually having everybody come together with a shared goal for the first time. Everybody's pretty much on the same page in terms of where we want to get to ending animal testing, and actually coming together in working groups to identify actually where we are, so identify the status quo, identify what the low-hanging fruit are, you know, what animal tests we could potentially get rid of quite quickly, and then the changes that we're going to need to see. And it's very clear that we do need to see some changes. I've spent the last 20 years seeing non-animal test methods fall through the gaps in the process, from development, validation, test method acceptance, through to deletion of the animal test, which has actually happened very, very rarely. And I've been calling for people to come together to identify, you know, and to try and stop those gaps, those methods falling through the gaps. And I think that's what we've done in the last 2 years. And obviously, I think everybody feels the same, that we need this kind of process to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, it's good to have a support of the process. Anyone? Yeah, Bas, please.
So yeah, first of all, thanks for the invitation, and I would I completely agree. Of course, there is the scientific setting is already there. I mean, a lot of intense discussions about NAM's development, their requirements, but I think the main positive thing, the main strength in my view, is the momentum that's being created, like the community, the discussions that keep on happening, and we all work towards this same goal within our own spheres of influence. But what I would like to say, is that I do see a potential challenge where the balancing between the laser-focused working groups focused on neurotox, on developmental tox, what kind of NAMs do we need there? That's really laser-focused, but also not forget the bigger picture, because this is not only a technological challenge. I mean, we need capacity building at governments like ours. We also heard there's a lot of funding available in the member states. I mean, of course, we fund animal-free models, and we are convinced. But make sure that you convince your national policymakers of the importance of the opportunity that is there, because in Europe there is such a large amount of expertise, and it's really a strength of Europe. Development of this technology, so we should make sure that also the policymakers realize that this is a strength of Europe, and this is where we should invest, and this is also a market opportunity. So make sure that it's not that you not only focus on a technological challenge, but also adopt different narratives focused on not only animal welfare, the safety of humans, but also the economic opportunity and the market formation that is needed for this transition. Yeah.
Thank you, Bas. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. We tried to cover all the different points and views in the roadmap, also in the change management. I think these discussions are going on, but it's always important to highlight indeed the relevance of policymakers and to have a joint effort. I see Katja with the mic. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking because when I'm embarking on a journey, I like to do checklists. So we have heard a lot of basket over the last days. I'm doing checklists. I have 3 checklists actually. When I'm going from a roadmap to a road trip, I think the first one is the where. Where are we going is the destination. Huh? The second one is the who is on board, who is coming with me, and the last one is the how I'm doing things, and that's where we discuss the resources. But let's first maybe take the where, the destination. I think indeed we highly acknowledged and highly appreciated. It's the spirit under which we have really worked on these objectives and the milestones, and have the clarity. It's very important to have the clarity that we all agree on phasing out. It's about changing the regulatory framework. Some we need to change more, some less, but that is the final destination. And when it comes to the who, I mean, for me it's the developers. It's the developers of technologies, but I agree with you. It's also the developers of policies and regulations, and the users, of course. And there, I mean, definitely very positive. I found the spirit, this cooperation and the co-creation that was there really over the last months between really largely across research industry, policymakers, and regulators. But there is one little thing, well, it's not really missing, but somewhere, yes, let's make sure. I mean, we have heard over the last days a lot on how we need to move the human health and the environmental paradigms and the science there behind. But we have not put forward any plan so far on exposure. And somewhere I must say I have been missing also the exposure research community in these discussions. But okay, let's be positive. I mean, there are already a lot of work being done, and I think for the roadmap, I would really appreciate if the work, for example, of EPA with the partner forum that have been done a few years ago, it's published a nice set of recommendations already therein, and equally from our colleagues from ECHA, there have been also last year, I think, a workshop. Not sure so far how it's published, but I'm sure there are a set of recommendations that are worthwhile to be taken forward. And let's take the time, let's create the space, sandboxes. Maybe, Marco, there was one missing, a sandbox where we can continue this discussion on these recommendations related to exposure. I know, I mean, Thomas, you basically already assigned us the task as industry to do it. I don't think, I mean, this is really co-creation, because it does not mean we have already created things in the past and it was not fitting the needs or the regulatory and agency requirements. So let's make sure that we do that also in co-creation. I think there is more value therein to have a success, because at the end of the day, that's what we want all, have a success. And when it comes to the how, well, that is definitely where that's the tough discussion about money and resources. But also, it's the speed of the change we want to do. And I don't know how it is for all of you, but when we decide to travel, it's always also very appropriate to decide who is the driver. Otherwise, he will have behind him 3 backseat drivers saying, "Oh, I told you, but you have to go right at the last roundabout instead of going left." So it's always appropriate to have the driver there. And there are also here a few points I would like to see. And somewhere they have already been mentioned over the last days, but I think it's important in the conclusion here to remind them it's indeed this need to align to the political agendas. Whether it's at EU level, at member state level, Bast, I absolutely with you. I think we need to make sure that we align here, and also that we align the pace of the changes to across the world regions. I mean, certainly that is very important for industry. As most of us, we are then, of course, operating around the world. So there needs to be some alignment on that. And that's it for me so far. I will maybe...
Thank you so much, Katja. All valuable points indeed that we should consider. Nina, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and also thanks for giving us some guiding questions. That was much appreciated for the preparation. Yes, so from our perspective, as the most promising aspect that we see from the roadmap is really that the roadmap puts the focus on a better and hopefully quicker prediction on the harmful effects with these new approach methodologies, including in silico, including read across and grouping, because this really has the high potential to speed up the data generation, flag harmful properties, and also then act on that knowledge. And yeah, and I think the consensus throughout the process has really been seen that this is a process and an effort which has to be shared and carried by all different expertise and players with different roles, because expert judgment will still have to play a role. So it's good to bring the different expertises to the table. What I would like to see more is really a clear acknowledgement that currently research has shown people and wildlife are exposed to many harmful chemicals already out there, and many more unknown, thousands of chemicals where we actually don't know yet the harmful properties. So it's a huge catch-up game that we are in. And therefore, for the roadmap to identify quicker ways also of seeing how can we get to quicker decisions, quicker decision-making, and make sure the roadmap serves this regulatory needs in the identification and control of the harmful chemicals. We already discussed some examples this morning because I think there are some low-hanging fruit that the roadmap could actually refer to more. That's the integration of human health and environment data. It's the application of current read-across and grouping tools. And it's also quite a lot of the better use of data from available tests that we already have. We're taking part in the ECHA Endocrine Disruptor Expert Group, and there's a lot of discussion and also about, do we need more testing or can we actually conclude because we know enough? And very often the data just hangs there as inconclusive, whereas I think very often we can already say, no, it is sufficient. We know enough, we can identify the chemical as an endocrine disruptor or whatever other property. So the willingness of the actors to also use NAMs based for the positive identification and regulation. This for me will be one of the most important success measures, which I would also like to see in the indicators.
Thank you, Inge. Anyone else? Sylvia, yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. Also for this opportunity to give feedback. I think what I only want to highlight one specific aspect now because everything that has been said was already very nice. So I think I heard something like there is a commitment of regulators to also give us feedback to the scientific community, so which type of effort they want to see, which type of NAMs they want to see, and what should be developed. I just would like to highlight, we have done this OECD IATA case studies, and I think this is one of these tools where we can get direct impact also in PARC. We get a lot of impact, but there is not this one voice actually, right? Regulators are, so to say, not giving us this one feedback. There's also still some harmonization and consensus needed within the regulatory scientific process to say, this is actually what I would like to see. This is actually the certainty that I need based on NAM-based approaches that I can then regulate compounds based on this evidence. So I think this roadmap, and I think this is one of the strengths, is now already looking into this aspect and also giving us a chance to get this consensus building probably. So I think this is really a nice thing. And I also would like to highlight also from the other side, we are also more or less agreeing that NAM-based approaches will not directly give us exactly the same information that we are now used to have in regulatory decision making. And this is a bilateral learning. It's not so to say, I think we heard today a lot of times, it should match the regulatory requirements. For sure it should match, but probably the regulatory requirements will also change over time, right? So we are expecting to see that NAMs can better give us information, and regulators will also have to change their mindset to, in the end, regulate on data that they have never seen before. It's not an animal adverse effect anymore. It's something different, but giving us a certain certainty, probably not the best word, giving us some certainty that we can derive and regulate, that we can derive thresholds for human health. So I think this is a strength of the roadmap, and I'm really happy to see that we have this commitment now from both sides, but I'm still believing it's a bilateral thing. So we will learn from each other, and it's not only, so to say, regulatory gives us what you need to do, it's also, we, so to say, the scientific community gives back what we can do, what is our certainty, and then become closer. So I think that was my point on the strengths that I heard today and the days before.
Thank you, Sylvia. You mentioned two very challenging things, which is harmonization and change of mindset, but it's definitely the way to success. I would agree with you, yeah. Cecile, please.
Thank you, Sophia. Yeah, a bit of delay. Yeah, I will try not to repeat what all the previous speakers said. So on the positive and strengths of the roadmap, I think that the transversal approach, as highlighted earlier by Maurice, is something very important in the roadmap. And I am happy to see that EMA in particular is participating, and I think we have a lot to learn from pharmaceutical and drugs development. You have the gold standard, we don't, so it's most probably easier for you to pick up the methods that are going to be relevant for human health. for the environment, it's a bit different. And here I would disagree with Maurice, but I will not discuss that here because for now I am talking about the strengths of the roadmap. I think that's something that has not been touched upon until now by the panel is regarding the consensus. One of the consensus that has been built through the process is the one regarding the bottleneck that is represented by the step between method development and validation. There has been a lot of work performed already by Commission together with member states that are taking specific actions to reinforce this part. So I would like to cite the paper platform developed in France, for which I try to contribute as much as I can, and also the action that has been taken by Netherlands and Germany, who have organized a meeting on this specific topic that we can identify where we can do better, in particular in terms of funding, which is key. Now, regarding the weaknesses, my list is a bit longer, I have to apologize, but it's only to make the roadmap even better that it's already right. It's only like, yeah, the rule that it will become better. I hope that what we will find in the roadmap, it's also related to my previous point, will really define ahead who gonna do what, and that comes back to what you said before on your to-do. For example, if DG RTD is not participating enough or always to the funding of this development validation step, who gonna do that? And I think we need to really identify that ahead as soon as possible. If nobody can really find that, I think that it means that we will have to rely on the safe spaces developed by EMA. And then we need, in this case, we really need to define how we will have access across regulation and among regulators to data that EMA is collecting. We are discussing under one substance, one assessment on those issues. So I hope that the energy that we put into the roadmap will also feed the other efforts that are made at the European level to strengthen the relationship we have between agencies. And there is a little things, my list is quite long on how to the things that we should focus a bit more on. I think that one of the key points that was mentioned by one of the speakers this morning is I think we really need to build on what the lessons we have learned from the past, and it's not changing the techniques. We do not start from scratch. And I think we didn't elaborate enough on the limits and uncertainties of our current methods. And we shouldn't reproduce the errors that we have done with the traditional method as it was quoted by one speaker this morning. And for example, yesterday, we were, during the detox session, it was emphasized, the SMART proposal. And I was wondering how we can put this effort with the recent publication on glyphosate. We know that one of the limits of the animal studies is the number of animals we use. Historians of science have worked on this. Why are these numbers so limited? So this limitation goes with uncertainties, and the recent study showed that when you increase the number, it's gone. So is this smart having shorter study really going into the right direction? maybe, but I think it goes only with the fact that will the markers that are will the marker that we will use into those short study be sensitive enough? And most importantly, will those markers be accepted as relevant markers to be used into regulatory decisions? Because the thing that has been that are shown into this new glyphosate study were already known in the other studies. Only they were not taken into account for various reasons. I will not list them. We have discussed the historical control data this morning. So there is a lot of scientific debate that are incorporated into the roadmap and shouldn't pollute the use of new methods, but definitely needs to be settled down also based on the experience we have gained for the last decades of traditional toxicology. And I think also that we should elaborate on what are the techniques to save most of animals. And those days, we know that we save animals using read across and also using human health data for environment and vice versa, so the One Health concept. So I think this has to be emphasized in the roadmap, and also concept like context of use, how those concepts fit into the thing like using the data into the one substance, one assessment. We cannot create concepts if they are unrealistic and not fitting the where we want to go, meaning the where is save animals, when we know that for saving animals, we need to share data along different regulations. So for me, the context of use is a bit, I don't understand the concept when you think about the final goal of the roadmap. And
last point?
Yeah, last one. And I think we also need to really take time into the roadmap to identify structures and organizations that are delivering properly. I think that OECD is doing an excellent job in minimizing animal used with the mutual acceptance of data. So there are those things that we need to preserve and emphasize, and work on those structures or organizations that are not delivering as expected, understand why, and what could be changed or modified to render the system more efficient. And I think there is just one thing from the, I saw that from the first stakeholder surveys, there was a lot of information that can already give some of the answers that the question mark I highlighted.
Thank you, Cecile. It was good that you mentioned also the one substance, one assessment, and I think also one of the strengths of the roadmap is to strengthen the collaboration between the three agencies and trying to align between the three agencies along the one substance, one assessment. That just to inform that the second question we have to reply here is how your institution, your group that you're representing can be involved in the implementation of the roadmap. So maybe some of your questions are going to be answered, hopefully. So now, last but not the least, John, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We started this session by being inspired by Laura's talking about these social determinants. I found it quite exciting because I kind of honed my thoughts on that one called understanding the opportunity. And if you think about it, throughout the whole day, we realize that there are opportunities for this transition to NAMS for everybody in this room. And it even showed during the presentations. For instance, during the human health working group, Tomas, representing the group, had said that NAMS must be high throughput because we have other pressing problems to solve. That's important. It's important to actually understand where this is coming from. Now, both for the human health and the environment, we're talking about a paradigm shift that really was presented to us for the first time in 2007 by the Academy of Sciences, Medicine, and Engineering in the United States. It was the toxicity testing for the 21st century, a vision and a roadmap. And the purpose of that was actually to ensure that we did not continuously fall behind our needs to assess these thousands of chemicals that we're exposed to. And it was quite clear, stated, that if we continue traditional animal testing, we will never get there. We will never be able to adequately protect human health in the environment if we continue to do the same thing that we're currently doing. And so that vision is also embedded within REACH, right? REACH basically says we will use animals for testing only as a last resort. The legal framework is there, and I believe that the science is there. And so now the matter is, with this roadmap, how do we proceed? As an academic, I'm excited by it as well, because it follows this tradition in the pathways to science, where usually science would begin with a question, a hypothesis. And in cancer biology, for instance, the question that was asked throughout the whole 70s and 80s when people were doing their PhDs was, does this gene cause cancer? And shortly, back in the 1980s, 1990s, completed in 2000s, we completed the Human Genome Sequencing project that was revolutionary for medicine. By having this data, but more importantly, by having this new knowledge acquired from the data, we began to change the question. We no longer ask the question, does this gene cause cancer? We ask, what genes cause cancer? What genes coalesce in networks to cause cancer? And when you think about what the modern paradigm is, it's really a shift from not actually observing toxicity in terms of harms to animals, but to understand the process of toxicity. Now, the challenge that we face is, are we ready to basically regulate, not by seeing harm happen, but by regulating based on the chemical modes of action? Are we ready to basically make decisions on behalf of the health of humans and the environment by observing the pathway to toxicity? And I think that unless we're committed to that, which is clearly the foundations for this whole endeavor, we'll never achieve what we want to do. So we have to basically come to a consensus, and this is a social consensus. Are we prepared to do that? And as soon as we say yes, we're well on our road to making this roadmap a reality. And so last night, for instance, I was sitting at the table having dinner with Maurice and others. Maurice ended up reminding me of a famous quote by Sidney Brenner. Sidney Brenner is a scientist who won a Nobel Prize for the discoveries that he had made using molecular biology studying the nematode worm. This is quoted from something they published in Nature in 1980. Progress in science depends on new techniques, new discoveries, and new ideas, probably in that order. We only begin to understand the question when we have sufficient information. And our technology now allows us to do that. So what we're really talking about in terms of the long-term ambition of this roadmap is to imagine that future, right? And to make sure that each of the steps that we have within that roadmap will actually get us there, one way or another, because we must. The other aspect that kind of resonates as well is these other opportunities. And we heard it a few times already, this opportunity to no longer silo risk and hazard assessment for the environment and risk and hazard assessment for humans. Now, we can only even imagine that based on certain kind of knowledge. And at the moment, we're acquiring that knowledge. At least with precision talks, we're trying to basically show that the processes to toxicity are not only shared between a mouse and a human, that these processes are deeply ingrained in our DNA. And we can actually observe the process of this thing by not necessarily relying on our closest animal relatives, the ones that we're wanting to protect. But let's say that science basically succeeds. Again, we're going to have an ability to reduce the effort required to do it, to basically broaden the impact of the data that is being created. And again, as a scientist and an academic, I see that because we're on this roadmap, toxicology is going to find its place alongside genetics as a foundational biological pursuit. Because what genetics has done is that it's basically understood what genes' functions are by perturbing it. And the geneticists will perturb it by knocking them out or changing them genetically. But we're exposed to thousands of chemicals that are perturbing our biology, fundamentally changing the way that our normal biological processes work. And by understanding that lineage, that link, that biological knowledge serves not only to actually advance our scientific knowledge as a whole, but has true applications to one day be able to go into the environment and not ask the question, is this PCB in the environment there to cause harm? But we can go into the environment and says, what are we exposed that's causing harm? Change that, make that revolution that we've seen in medicine, and now make it happen for environmental health protection. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I totally agree that the changing into a non-animal safety assessment, it's not only ethical, it's mostly the innovation path that we need to take. Laura mentioned what would happen if we would forbidden the use of iPhone, but I should remember that there was a period that there were no smartphones and we were happy just to have our house phone, and we didn't feel we needed something more technological, innovative, and perceived as more complicated. And here we are. We now cannot live without them. So thank you so much to the panel. Before we move to the second question, I would like to open the floor if someone has questions to ask to the panel members or even online. If we have... I think.
Yes, hello, Ellen Fritsche from the SCAT in Switzerland. Yes, hello, thank you very much for this great discussion. I would like to add something that comes from my personal experience in this life cycle of NAMs. So science is doing everything to make them valid and reproducible and everything, and on the legislational side, politicians are trying to implement them, but I think what is an important joint here is really the availability of NAMs. And so, you know, if you have developments within academia and you want to bring them to broader application, you cannot do this out of an academic lab. I mean, you have to aim for GLP. I mean, you have to, you know, you have to have a startup out of the university. You have to get investors' money. I mean, there's a huge industry also behind that I think is a real opportunity for the field. But you have to also understand that time is an important factor. So while, you know, you are getting funds for spinning out and, you know, you set up your startup, you create jobs, you drive innovation, then legislation is really lagging a little bit behind, so that if your test is not mandatory yet, you know, you won't have any customers. So what will happen is the startup will die and the technology will disappear. I would just like to bring the attention to this because I think this is a very important, it's a very little factor in this whole life cycle, but it's still really of importance to make the whole machinery work and to get the NAMs applied in the end. And this is, of course, true for human and environmental health. And I would really like to also draw the attention to this point. So this was not a question, but a plaidoyer for the startups. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Very good point. Cecilia, you want to react? Yes.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Ellen, to bring this point. I think that was exactly what I was pointing out into the development until validation, exactly the step that you mentioned. And I think that you should also keep in mind that transferability is key. It's very important, I think, for the acceptability that we know that methods can be reproduced by other labs. Otherwise, only, especially if the data produced become very important for the regulations, it can stand on the end of only one lab only. Especially because this lab, as you mentioned, is not anymore an academic lab, but depends on its customers. So the outcome of the answer is also, let's say, driven by the fact that you need more customers So this is where I think it's also important to take time to validate in the sense of OECD. But before doing that, indeed, a lot of things need to have been done. Try different chemicals and things like that. All that was discussed in Amsterdam because it's not really a scientific and academic work. So we need to really find ways to found money for this step, and when after that some companies, whether startup of CROs, take advantage of it, think how they could probably participate to the effort.
Thank you, Cecilia. I think Bas also want to react on that.
Yeah, I wanted to react indeed. It's a very good point because developing a NAM and bringing it to market is quite a risky endeavor. You don't know whether it will be accepted. And I think there, as governments, we should really think more like an investor, I think. Like thinking of pragmatic ways to take away that risk by, for instance, thinking of providing loans or tendering specific validation efforts. I hope that this roadmap will give some direction on what kind of models we need, perhaps even per endpoint, and then we could think of like, could we tender our small companies in Europe, which there are a lot of them, and ask them like, could you develop this with a loan, and when your method will be or your approach will be validated and will be accepted, then you can market your method, monetize it, and maybe pay back the loan. I think we should think along those pragmatic lines as well, not only the project-based funding on fundamental science, but really pragmatic, like thinking a bit like an investor, even as a government. Yeah.
Maybe I can
very quickly, yes.
Just comment to that for us, we could not find any European investors because they said, well, if you rely on change in legislation, we've seen this with the endocrine disruption, and we are not investing. So we are very lucky to find US American investors. So I think this is really sad.
Yeah, and then we will move out of Europe. So that's really a shame. So. Yeah.
Okay, I take two questions.
She was first.
Okay, please.
Hi, Charlie Stevenson from Cruelty Free Europe again. And I just want to expand on the question that my colleague Emma Grange has on Slido there. So we've been talking a lot about regulatory need in the past 2 days, and specifically the regulatory needs for now. But obviously, as time goes on and as science advances, our regulatory needs are going to change, as is the gap that represents the non-animal tests that we have currently and the non-animal tests that we will need to ultimately have a total phase out, and that's going to change. Notably, I also wanted to touch on a point that Knud made yesterday, that the pipeline of new test methods needs to be well stocked, as well as making sure that they don't fall through the gaps. So this is all a long way of saying that we need to incorporate the regulatory needs for the future into the roadmap as well, and to ensure these inform early stage new test development. So I believe it would be a weakness to not keep the roadmap as a static document, and given that we have such long-term goals included in the roadmap. So what do the panel think? Or I wanted to float the question, what kind of long-term, long-distance review processes can be written into the roadmap today to make sure that it stays useful and relevant in the future?
Thank you. I don't know if someone wants to react on that, or yes, please, Kathy. We need to be quick. I'm sorry, we still have the second part of the discussion to continue.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really good question, and I didn't get my chance to talk about the weaknesses of the roadmap, so thank you. I think this is one of the potential weaknesses, in that we haven't had enough time to really talk about how we're actually going to get to the very last stage. And I'm a bit worried that the roadmap might lump a lot of animal tests in this third basket with no real clear plan as to how we're going to get there. And I think that's even been acknowledged. So I would like to see that the roadmap at least tries to outline how we might get there. And if it can't, it does need to have some checks and balances along the way, and some deadlines and some things to aim for. So I would like to see that the roadmap's reviewed in 5 years. I would like to see some commitments that we will have set up the steering committee in a year, that we would have changed some legislation to get rid of the low-hanging fruit in 2 years, and that, to answer the second question on the Slido, I think without some of these deadlines, we do have the potential of losing interest and fatigue. But if we know that, oh crikey, we've promised to do this in 2 years, that's going to keep momentum going, and with our help from the animal NGOs, you know, we're going to be there saying, you know, come on, let's get this over the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Vas, yes, very quick, please.
Yeah, very quick. Yeah. I don't think we can expect that this roadmap will dictate the path for 20 years. I think it's really an iterative process, and we should think of ways where we can create ownership at different stakeholders. So I mean, the governments cannot direct, say like you should develop this, you should develop this. It's a joint effort, and I think industry has a role in this, governments, regulators, and we should think of ways how we can create ownership of different stakeholders. So this process stays iterative and changes along the way. Yeah.
Thank you. I think some questions in the slide was already addressed somehow, and maybe others will be, maybe Catherine will address them in the closing remarks. And I suggest to take the 2 questions here, and then the panel will reply to the 2 questions for the sake of time, please.
Okay, it's not a weakness of the roadmap, but something maybe that's not been highlighted enough. In my opinion, in all the particular communities here, whether it's regulators or academics or industry, we have lots of people that could help us, but there's not yet the sense, at least in my community, there's not yet a broad sense that people should make this their own cause. And I wonder how could we, and in the other communities it's the same. So how should we, or could we, and it needs to happen now or very soon, how can we take people on board and show them that this is really their cause? Animal protection is an aspect. Better science is an aspect, but I can tell you, in the regulatory domain, if we have an established system, you know, to change it, to give an incentive to make people join, many people say, why is this my business? If they have the new method, I look at it, it's good, we take it, you know. But how can we motivate? Maybe you have some reflections on, for your own community, what would it take? What could you, how do you sell this to people? Not in a bad way, but really make them see that this should be their own cause.
Thank you, Matthias. Orla was just telling me this relates with the second question that we'll be discussing the second. Maybe
but
we
don't
can...
forget it then.
No. Please. Yes, and the other question, please.
Yes, Henneke Kamp from BASF Metabolome Solutions. John, you elaborated a little bit on the need of changing the way how we regulate today from observed harm, or in other words, adverse outcomes, more to perturbation of mode of action, pathways, etc. While I agree to that from a certain perspective, namely the application of NUMs that are based on these concepts, how would we then deal with the danger of over-regulation in such a concept?
The case of over-regulation, I think what we don't want is we don't want over-regulation, and we also don't want under-regulation, right? And so the achievement that we're trying to get here is to have greater certainty in making that causal link between an observation and harm. And it's going to be a balance, because I truly believe that as we progress with the NAMS movement, we're going to be more and more probabilistic in our risk assessment as opposed to a deterministic. And in that probabilistic approach to doing things, and this is work that's being driven by ASPIS and ONTOX, is that we're going to be able to basically set confidence limits based on those observations. So I think that what we're trying to do here is we're trying to basically be as protective as possible without basically damaging other important parts of society, which would be our economies and our products and everything of that nature. But, and I think this is the point that I'm trying to make, is that NAMS is not a project to replace an animal test, right? What we're doing here is what we're trying to do better in protecting humans and the environment. And that's going to require some decisions to be made as to what do we need to keep in terms of our current paradigm. But there's going to have to be a significant shift in paradigm. But in that shift, I believe that we're going to get closer to where we want to be as a society that regulates those things that are harmful and utilizes as best we can those things that are not. I hope that answers your question.
Partly, but that's an interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, could we maybe switch back to the slides for, yeah. Relating to Matthias's point and something that was just raised by Baz, so one of the other sort of broad question that we wanted to address in this session was exactly that. So what is the role of the stakeholders here, and in terms of different stakeholder groups taking ownership of different actions within the roadmap. So that's the next slide. So what we wanted to know is what your organization can do to help to make the roadmap a success. And these were just the sort of thought starter questions that we had. So I want to open that to the panel for some thoughts.
Yeah, so I mean, as policymakers, we can of course contribute to its goals, but what you would have to do is like create this capacity. I mean, you need to convince your policymakers of its importance. So it's also a call to everyone to make sure to convince your policies on its own importance. But I also what I miss a bit is I think there should be representation of policymakers in maybe the steering group or other groups, where you can simply see like in different member states what kind of policy initiatives are there already. We should not reinvent the wheel altogether. I know that there are several. I mean, the PEPPER initiative is a very good one. I mean, it's a very pragmatic way to stimulating validation. In other member states, in the Netherlands, there are also such things. And how to create ownership, yeah, I mean, how we do it in the Netherlands, we have this transition program towards animal-free innovation, and we have different partners in this, regulators, industry, funders. And what we simply ask them to is join the discussions, commit to the overall goal, which is, in this case, the phasing out of animal testing. And I know that a lot of stakeholders also have concerns about this goal, like how to reach that and how to ensure safety for humans. And okay, if you have these concerns, and join the discussions and tell us how to reach that goal in a responsible manner. So I think as maybe as Commission, you should simply set the scene and facilitate the process where these discussions can happen. And I think that people, if they commit all to this goal, they will join the discussions and tell like, this is what I can do within my own company or institution. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think it was Morris probably used the term creating an ecosystem way back about 2 years ago, and I think that's a really important point in terms of what the stakeholders can contribute to the development. So,
from the environment and health perspective, from the NGOs, I think I would like to highlight 3 points, how we would like to contribute to the roadmap and the implementation. So first, we'll continue to get engaged and remain engaged in some of the ECHA discussions in the committees, because this is where specific test cases and lots of different data available on substances is discussed, and this is where the value of NAMs and the different methods and approaches can actually be tried out in this regulatory setting. And we talked a lot about confidence building and the need for trust over the last 2 days, and I would say if we get the first classification proposals and decisions based on NAMs, and they will not end up to be sued, and they will not end up in the Court of Justice. I think this would be a good confidence building measure. So that's one thing where I think we will try to contribute. The second is we're really keen on looking into more developments of the NAMs in other projects of the EU research. Obviously, the park is doing a lot, and there's also a lot of science policy transfer that can be made from these new methods. But I must say, from having followed some of the Orion project, where specific methods for EDCs were developed and a lot of knowledge was generated, I was a bit disappointed that there wasn't already enough methods ready now to be included in the REACH revision. And I think there's this whole need for accelerating this process from we have methods that are promising, now they should be prioritized so that people can invest. And this is where I really look forward to getting more engaged in the idea of this EU test methods and validation strategy. As started by the Netherlands, the discussion, I think this is where these policy discussions, which regulatory needs are there for which endpoints, and how can we then target and finance the validation and then regulatory developments of the NAMs.
Thank you. First, maybe one side comment that on which I would like really to insist, because I think we should not lose track on that one. We talk a lot about methods. This is about methodologies and approaches. I think that is definitely the conclusion that had been coming out from all the discussion over the last month. So let's not forget that, because otherwise we will not speed up the system of validating methods. The other aspect is I'm a strong believer of co-creation. And I acknowledge that you are asking for ownership. That's fine. I'm more talking about championing something, but it still needs to be in co-creation, because for me this is if again we want to be efficient, if we want to create trust, but it's about doing also a reality check while you are developing things. Otherwise, I mentioned before, I mean, some work that we have done as industry also, if it's not fitting the needs of one of the stakeholders, then you will not get a success. You will have endless discussion. So it's better maybe check before and do that as co-creation. And indeed, yet let's see on which one we have more expertise or drivers. But I think these kind of things have already emerged, and areas have already emerged, and spaces have already emerged over the last months on which we will co-create there.
Yeah, I think the co-creation relates to the safe spaces and the sandbox discussion, and so we're working on the framework for the voluntary data submission in EMA at the moment, and we're very much interested in discussing with the pharmaceutical industry and with companies on what exactly that looks like for them and how we can both benefit from it. So the co-creation is a really good point.
Yeah, I really like Matthias's question about how to encourage people to take ownership of this whole process. You know, whether that's companies, member states, agencies, and as I mentioned earlier today, you know, the European Commission itself. I think that's very important. I'm actually hopeful that the roadmap itself could be the start of that. So if we have something that we're really proud of, that it's got some concrete actions, deadlines in there, that we can all stand behind that and share that amongst our communities and our networks to actually help get this sort of buy-in. Yeah, and it's just sort of, you know, word of warning that, you know, if it doesn't do that, then you do run the risk that people don't stand behind it, including, you know, the animal welfare NGOs. Don't forget that this whole thing started because of the Citizens Initiative, where they wanted to see an end to animal testing, not just business as usual or some vague desire to get there at some point. It was a very, very clear request by the European public. So if we feel that the roadmap is a very good tool and it's going to help us get there, then you know, we will certainly stand behind that, and we will be doing our very best to promote that with companies, member states, but also internationally, something that we can be really proud of. And just to answer something on the Slido, I think it would be a shame if at least some of the key stakeholders or those that have been involved in the process weren't given the opportunity to have a quick look at the draft. I think that would be a missed opportunity. This needs to be something that we have buy-in on, and you know, that we sort of broadly agree with. Thank you.
Thank you. The process of actually creating this roadmap is definitely the correct one. Improvements here would actually to learn from what we've heard today and yesterday. There's a lot of new information, and it's going to be a lot of work to basically get it embedded within it. But I'd like to again point out some things that we've heard. earlier on the need to clarify the position. You know, are we basically creating a roadmap for Europe to lead, as Laura had asked, or are we looking for basically the transition for us to be prepared to follow? And I think that's a really important question because, again, the other point that I keep bringing up is the opportunities. There are far greater opportunities to be the leaders than it is to be the followers. And so I think that it's not just an ambitious statement. It changes the path when we make that decision, and it is not quite clear yet whether that's actually the case. And the same thing as she said about clarifying the regulatory needs and across government levels. I want us to think very strategically here. Europe, of course, is a big market, but it's not the only market that's actually doing testing. And to a certain degree, we're harmonizing the processes, but to what degree have we kind of like built off each other's processes to basically cover the full range of potential unknowns? If Europe was, for instance, going to be the first ones to adopt NAMs, is there not another jurisdiction, for instance, that would actually be obliged to do the animal testing anyways, and we're going to get that data as well? We're not operating alone here. We could be more strategic in terms of the jurisdictions and ask the question, well, hey, jurisdiction, why don't you basically go at it, have a test, change the regulations, change the way that we do things. We've got your back, right? The traditional animal testing will still be done during that transition period. And so there's some strategic thinking to be done there as well. I think it's very important as well at the very, very beginning of the roadmap to be quite clear what the critical requirements are towards that transition. And again, the one example that we had about are we prepared to regulate on the mechanisms? Is that a requirement? And if it is a requirement, it changes the path towards it as well. But one of the greatest opportunities I think that we're missing is that of the economic opportunities. There needs to be an ecosystem built around the fact that we ought to be encouraging more private investments in this area. Because we heard yesterday and today the very impressive investments that have been made by the European Commission. I saw a number of 1.3, 1.4 billion euros devoted to this. That's a lot, but it's still not enough. And there's not enough public funding to basically push it over the line. So how do we engineer the ability after that substantial public investment to encourage private investment to now kind of step in? And that means that in order for the private investments to come in, as we've heard through this discussion today, they need to be able to make money. And to be honest with you, and if you've heard me say this a gazillion times over again, we will not be able to protect human health and the environment unless people make money at protecting human health and the environment. And that ecosystem needs to basically be created, and it needs to be embedded within the roadmap. My last suggestion, too, is it is not quite clear where the social determinants fit into the recommendations. It's a key part of it. Some of us believe that maybe science is only a small part of that transition. But where do the recommendations in terms of those social determinants go into the roadmap? It's not quite clear. Is it its own separate section, or does it basically get embedded within human environment and the change management? So that'll affect the structure a little bit of the roadmap. And how is it that my organization or our organization can effectively contribute to the implementation? Well, I'm also here representing ASPIS, which is a significant research endeavor trying to basically make sure that we have the technological and knowledge breakthroughs to make this happen. We're definitely going to want to continue that endeavor, and that endeavor is never going to really end. It's just a matter of translating it along the way. But also, I think that we realize that this endeavor is multidisciplinary in nature. And so we've tried and continue to try to do that, at least at the institutional level, by the creation of a new Center for Environmental Research and Justice. Our students are not just graduating with science degrees, they're graduating with the knowledge of regulation of other governance systems that could take that knowledge and make change happen. And I think that as a community working on NAMs, we ought to encourage our institutions to be less siloed in terms of our approaches to solving big, difficult problems like this transition to non-animal testing. Thank you.
Yeah, just on the international part, I think there's maybe a feeling if we validate or qualify methods that everyone else will follow. But I think we need to have a sort of an overview of what's happening in all of the other jurisdictions as well. And I think so hopefully built into the roadmap is that sort of collaborative aspect as well. I don't know who exactly will do it or in what context it will be, but I think it is a really important part of it.
Okay, yeah, I like to say it's not easy to add something after we have heard so many aspects already. I think what I would like to add is sometimes I miss a little bit pragmatism. So it would be really nice to also see there are already some developments. We have developed a lot of things, case studies in ASPIS and also in PARC. And there are methods and concepts and testing schemas that are close to validation. Would be really good to see that these are then also taken ahead and continued and then go to the next step of validation. And there must be something that prioritizes these initiatives, not only saying, here you are, but also doing a systematic gap analysis and seeing what is really missing. And I like to highlight, we have seen yesterday, often mentioned as a gap like difficult to test substances, and people always refer to lipophilic compounds, but there are also gaps, technical gaps even for volatile compounds and inhalation toxicologies and so on and so forth. So we have a variety of challenges here, and yeah, I like to just raise the point, a little bit of pragmatism would be nice. So first close one gap and then the next, and in the end then become also to the implementation. I think that would be my wish.
Yeah, I will also try to add a few things on that. So regarding concrete suggestion of something that has not been included yet, I think we had a really nice proposal yesterday in order to build confidence, is to create a tool where all the NAM that will be known by the authorities, that whether the outcome of the test it's provided, and it was cited the transparency regulation food law, and I think this is something that we really need to think about, because it's not only about the outcome for the substance tested, but also for all of the community to know how this test delivers information, whether it's applicable or not, and positive and negative findings. Regarding the question of Matthias, that is exactly the second one on organization. How can organization be contribute to the implementation? So I mentioned paper, which is not part of my organization, but I think this is a very important way to implement the roadmap. In ANSES, we are deeply involved in PARC, as Matthias actually, so I think it shows that the European agencies are willing to move forward to identify new techniques in risk assessment, but not only, also in hazard identification. And in my team, on the REACH, I think that we already are deeply involved, and we will carry on. We are building a classification and labeling dossier based on read-across quite a lot. We have done that for SVHC identification. I think that bisphenol B was the first example of that. And I would like also to tell you that under REACH, we already use qualified methods, not only validated ones. It's even written in the regulation that recognized methods can be used. So I think that if I understood the concept of qualification, it's quite similar to recognized methods, but I might not have at the time to digest all the things that were provided yesterday enough. So we are using NAMS data. We will continue. The person in my team, we are learning how to analyze NAMS. And I think it goes back to one of the proposals from the person. Yes, this morning, we will at some point also understand how much it costs in terms of resources, especially if we have to analyze tremendous number of NAMs. So it's going to be a real issue. Am I optimistic about the implementation? Well, I think it was mentioned already that it will require profound reorganization of all the parties, and especially to be able to assess chemicals while assessing methods. It needs expert time and to identify the proper methods. So it's going to be tricky in our daily work to do that, to participate to the relevant expert groups while providing what citizens is expecting from us as authorities, so ensuring safe use of chemicals. And I would like to take a step back by sharing with you two of the philosophy topics submitted yesterday to the French high school graduates that are taking their baccalaureate. The first one was, does our future depends on techniques? So the issue is currently hotly debated in all our countries, and certainly not on the application of NAMs. It seems to me, however, that the idea that it's not the techniques per se, but their application, the way how we use them, which can be problematic. And here we have not been discussing about which brand of mobile phone to use, but techniques that allow to assess chemicals and ensure their safe use. So I think it's very important of having reproducible and transferable tests, so that some capacities are not the only ones to be able to create certain data, but that we can share this knowledge with different labs. And it brings me to the second topic. Is truth always convincing? That was the question that was asked to the student. And I will leave that to you to develop when you will finalize the roadmap, because I think this is also what we are talking about. Also, science is not always truth, but more reality, depending on the question we ask. And this is exactly all those things that we need to keep in mind while pushing some techniques that our regulation will rely on tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Cecile. I can see the questions starting to form in the room, so we'll take the first one here, I think.
Yeah. Whoops. First, that was a quick shift in overheads. In my opinion, we missed the possible weaknesses of this the roadmap, but I can connect it to the top question here. But I'll stick to one of the weaknesses. I think the biggest weakness, and it's a possible weaknesses, and for a good reason, because we really don't know what the roadmap will look like. We'll see in the end of this year, so we are actually debating something we don't really know what will be, and even the Commission don't know among themselves what it will be. But yeah, what we think it will be. I think the biggest weakness will be a lack of identification of the main obstacles to get there, to the end of the road. And in our opinion, in Denmark, there's one obstacle, and that's the state of science. It's 99% of this. And then there's all the rest. We could solve the rest in a year or so. But the state of science, as I talked about yesterday, we have an empty outbox in OECD on NAMs, partly because we have also a pretty empty inbox, despite that we have spent so much money on trying to develop very targeted, try to develop new assays. Our inbox is empty. that is not a criticism of science, definitely not. It's just a proof of how difficult this task is. It's a formidable task. And we shouldn't kid ourselves and think this is over in a decade or something. This is an incredible task. So we have to be patient. But when we have identified this problem, which is the biggest problem, I mean, we've talked so much in this meeting here about, or under an assumption that we do have NAMs right now, that we have a choice. This very first slide, the choice between an iPhone and an Android or nothing, that's not how it is. We have iPhone or nothing. That's the reality today. So identifying this main obstacle to get to the end of the road. How do we solve that? And now concrete suggestions. Obviously, after having spent so many money for so many years, there's something wrong in the way we use this money. And it's the whole format that is wrong. It's a traditional way of financing science. You get a 3-year grant, or if you're really lucky, a 5-year grant. And then nothing. And this is not how science works. And especially not if we are going to develop something very in your hands, an assay that can be used. We should change the whole financing thing to contracts. Contracts that can be terminated if they are not successful. I mean, something in Orion could have been terminated after 3 years because it didn't work. They had a 5-year contract. And then if you have something that works, that is promising, then you can extend this contract. Then in the end, validation, it's something totally on its own. We cannot connect it to specific projects because few of them will end up being ready for that. So it's a totally different thing, validation, that should be financed on its own. That will save a lot of money. But
I completely agree, having worked in academia for a long time, but Georg would like to respond, if that's okay.
Yeah, just to end, and I'll finish now. Please prioritize the problems and focus on the most important one. The rest, we can solve that like that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your contribution, and in principle, I agree to what you say, that indeed we need to find a way to better spend the money and to develop the test methods which we really need, or the approaches which we need. I think we have presented that yesterday as well. The regulatory needs, to identify the regulatory needs, that is part of that journey, definitely. For that, we need to have the right organizational structures where we can identify the needs and then feed the results, for instance, in the form of an EU report on the key areas of regulatory needs into the funding schemes. I think that would help already quite a lot, and I agree that, of course, a lot of the obstacles is that we do not necessarily have the methods which we need, that the science is not in all areas so well developed that we can immediately apply that. Yes, fully clear, but I think also that is something we have pointed out in the part on human health, on the environmental safety assessment. It certainly came through on the long-term change on the environmental safety assessment that there is still a lot of need to develop that. Some see it then as not practical enough. You have now the other perspective. Fine, I think we need to have both perspectives here combined. So yeah, thanks a lot again for your contribution.
Yeah, Cecile? Quickly.
Yes, very quickly. I hope that Christian de Saint from DGRTD is still in the room to hear what was proposed, because I think it's concrete about how to grant the research on that part. And I would like to emphasize what was said. I think as assessors, we would love doing probabilistic assessment rather than deterministic. The only question is how far are we from being able to do that? And I agree with Knut that this is where we need concrete proposals and to focus on the main issues, those ones, the first basket. And I agree also that we need to have longer term views, as mentioned, for the future generation, as it was mentioned yesterday.
Thanks a lot. I need to wrap up because I'm going to get in trouble, but I think we could take these last two questions.
Mathieu Roland from CETRA, working as part of the NAMWISE project. So thank you for the today's discussions, and yes, indeed there are a lot to develop regarding the long-term or short-term issue and priorities. Yeah, I have just a short question, very practical, because the discussions were very rich during 2 days, especially panel discussions. Will there be available, synthesized, and could we have access to the discussions or not? This is just a practical discussion.
Yeah, so the presentations are available, and there will be a report from the session and the recording as well.
Super.
Thank you. Marjorie van Deursen. I'm an academic involved in Orion, so it was mentioned a few times, and I would like to comment on that. So I think it's all based on problem formulation, and we've heard that a couple of times already. So if DGRTD is asking for research project promising world peace, then you get projects promising world peace. If you have a specific issue in the regulatory framework and you need something to base your decision on, that's a completely different question. So if you need a solution for that, you have to sit at the tables with the scientists to come to a solution. So I don't think it's fair to blame it all on regulators. It's not fair to blame it on industry. It's not fair to blame it on the scientists. I think they should all sit together, co-create, and find the solutions. And that's what was brought up already a couple of times. Why are the scientists not included here? Why is there no OECD representative here at the panel sitting at the stage? So I do think that we should do it all together, and that's the only way to solve it. So yes, we should change the way we fund research, but also change the way how we define the research questions that needs to be addressed. I think that would be very nice to include that in the roadmap. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's very much the ambition, and I think that's maybe a nice place to end on. So I want to thank the panelists and thank you all for your questions. So to summarize the next steps, I'll hand over to Catherine, who's been introduced already. I think needs no introduction at this point.
Good. We are only a few minutes away from the end of 2 very, very dense days. And Georg and I will try to leave you with some summary remarks. We have tried to listen very attentively to all the input that you have given. And I can already say that it definitely is very useful for us, and we'll try to make the best of it in the drafting of the roadmap and during the implementation phase. Just a few remarks of summary about the 2 days. I think the working groups of human health and environmental safety assessment, there we got to the understanding that you had the impression that the work there is quite well developed already. although we have certainly understood that there's a lot of improvement still to be made in the way how we define the exact research questions that still need addressing in the future. We also understood that the definition of the protection goals in a new assessment framework in the roadmap would require transparent explanation. We'll try to give that as much as possible. And we also clearly understood that exposure considerations are a sensitive issue, and that we should describe in the roadmap all the different aspects of considerations on the use of exposure information and how to arrive at that. In the session 5 discussions, our famous session that was that was so much looked forward to. We understood that in the organizational structure going forward from here, we should strive for a broad involvement of member state representatives and stakeholders. And we're certainly very, very happy to hear all your interest and all your commitment to be involved in this endeavor going forward from here. And we understand that that commitment is maybe not for all of you easy to make, because as Matthias and others highlighted, it is not necessarily yet reflected in all our job description, what is being committed to and delivered here. We also understood that many of you, if not everybody, understood that we should have a well-equipped roadmap steering committee that can provide directionality to the work going forward. So we'll try to create that soon, Katie, soon and in an efficient way. And we also heard that there was a clear request for milestones and reporting of progress. We also heard that you wanted to see clear deadlines, and I think I've shared my opinion on that already, so we'll keep it with the words that I've put on here. We have certainly discussed a lot about the importance to identify regulatory needs, as the discussion between Knut, Georg, and you just now exemplified again. That is all, let's say, when we said regulatory needs, that is a summary term, let's say, for identifying what we need to hear from the science community. What it is also hopefully given the direction to the academic community that Sylvia was asking about. So in hopefully working towards that area as a priority, we hope that we can address these suggestions that you made. Funding for validation was another area identified as very, very important, and we are clearly committed to continue working on identifying funding sources and explore with others where they could come from. The safe spaces and the sandboxes discussion yesterday we felt were interesting. Probably we haven't yet arrived at the granularity that we need, so we will see how we can refine the proposal based on the input you have given already, or we may need to come back to some of you to obtain further input how it could actually work in practice. And then I wanted to briefly reflect as well also on the indicator session this morning. I think the brainstorming that had happened since the March CSA workshop was very helpful and led to many good ideas. It was also recognized that the indicators are not a static piece either. They would probably need to modify over time. And we understood that you considered it very helpful to also include economic indicators of some sort. So in terms of next steps there, we understood that we should link the indicators to actions under the roadmap that we'll certainly discuss still in the working groups in the next few meetings. And we also will reflect how the indicators can be implemented. Who should be implementing them? Who could be responsible for them or follow track of them? Probably many actors can watch several of the indicators, and we want to be mindful of the resources needed. So maybe we can somehow trim them down into 4, 5, or a key number of most important indicators. So thanks a lot for all your input during that session. And with that one, I'm handing over to Georg.
Yeah, and I think there would have been certainly many, many more points we could have put here on the slides. We certainly will reflect upon the other points then back home. So this is a slide, or this is a presentation we have put together this morning. One thing I would like to remind again is what you see here on this disclaimer slide, which we have showed at the beginning of the workshop, that the recommendations which we have presented here and the points we have brought to you, they are preliminary. So this is still subject to change. You see here a lot of discussion points. We have also a lot of discussions in the inter-service group or in the Commission working groups. I think we see that this mirrors also some of the discussions here. So also due to that, many of the points or the points presented here, we call them preliminary, just as a reminder. And then the next steps of the roadmap. So we are here at the moment, 16th, 17th of June, third Commission workshop. We expect that we will receive soon from the consultant the report on the second targeted consultation, as well as from the last interviews the consultant is carrying out. Then we will continue having meetings of the inter-service group to discuss how to finalize the roadmap and discuss the parts then drafted or drafted already now, and also to discuss the feedback which we have received. We will analyze, of course, the feedback in the next weeks to come. And then we are supposed to finalize the roadmap, let's say end of August. That is the current goal. Maybe it will be a little bit less week or so. Maybe it will be a little bit more. Let's see. And after that, then we go into the Commission internal approval and adoption procedure, which will last likely a few months. And then in the first quarter of 26, the roadmap will be published. And then it starts with the implementation phase. So the journey is going on. I assume that many of you will then still be quite interested in the topic and will also go with us on the journey during the implementation phase. And I think with that, what remains to do is to say thank you. Thanks to ECHA for hosting us, to Munir, to Tomasz, to Natalie, also to Ophelia. I think the organization was excellent. Well, we knew before that ECHA has a very good organization for organizing workshops, so thanks a lot for that.
And thanks to all of you again, to all contributors in all the sessions, in the preparation, all that are present here, to all that contributed online with remarks and questions. Thanks very much for your input. Very much appreciated. Thank you, and safe travels.
Thank you very much. So as we come to the end of the workshop, it's my pleasure now to welcome our final speaker today. Ophelia will share with us her closing reflections to help us wrap up the day and also to look ahead. So Ophelia Bercaro is Director of Prioritization and Integration at ECHA. Her expertise in REACH, CLP regulatory prioritization, substance identification, data management, and water legislation. Ophelia joined ECHA in 2009 and held various roles in developing chemical regulatory processes. She has previous experience in analytical chemistry research, environmental monitoring, and risk assessment. Ophelia has a PhD in chemistry from the University of Leuven. Ophelia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess that the level of energy is really low after 2 days of extensive discussions and interesting presentations. So I will try to keep it short, and the purpose of my closing remarks is mostly to acknowledge the work towards the organization of this workshop, and thank to those contributing to it. So first of all, thank you very much to all in the room and online for participating in this workshop, which supports the Commission roadmap to phase out animal testing for chemical safety assessment. It is clear that the topic resonates deeply, having nearly 150 participants in the room, despite the challenges with the flights, and also about 400 attending online, is a strong indicator of the high level of interest and engagement. This workshop marks the final session in a series of 3 workshops that began almost 2 years ago. And all these workshops have laid down the groundwork for the Commission's upcoming publication of the roadmap. The initiative that was launched in response to the European Citizens' Initiative Safe Cruelty-Free Cosmetics. Over the course of the workshop, we have seen valuable contributions from all sides, regulators, scientists, stakeholders, and member states, demonstrating a shared dedication to phase out animal testing. And moving forward, sufficient attention should be paid to support consistency across policies and legislative frameworks. This is a policy objective already affirmed by the European Commission under the One Substance, One Assessment and also under the One Health initiatives, but it's also very relevant in the context of phasing out animal testing. Policy cohesion is essential to develop harmonized approaches, which in turn will support the cross-sector collaboration and partnership, but also will sustain the engagement and build trust from all stakeholders and interested parties. At ECHA, we are fully committed to continue our support towards development and implementation of the roadmap. We are continuously sharing our expertise and insights that we developed over years on the new approach methodologies, and contributed actively in support of the Commission, in the inter-service group, and through the 3 working groups of the roadmap on human health, environmental safety assessment, and change management. The discussions in the workshop also emphasize the importance of bridging science and regulation, as reflected in our key areas of regulatory challenge document, CARC report, which contains the guide for development, which continues to guide our development efforts. I was pleased to see that this ECHA initiative has been recognized as a relevant one and also guiding example for future actions within the roadmap. We will continuously develop and update the CARC as main communication tool about the regulatory challenges, because steering research towards future regulatory needs, rather than focusing only on the present needs, is essential also for making more effective use of the research outcomes and then implementing them faster into the regulatory frameworks. And I would also like to invite you to follow the webinar this Thursday, which will present the updated CARC. My colleagues will guide you through the updated document. This workshop has certainly provided a valuable platform for sharing insights and feedback, and that is, I think, what has brought us a few steps forward towards the development of the roadmap. In closing, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the contributing parties to the organization of the workshop. First of all, the European Commission for providing the overall organization of the agenda and the discussion topics, but also our partners from the sister agencies, EFSA and NDMA. I would also like to thank all speakers and moderators, and also the ECHA staff that contributed on site to the organization of the workshop, in particular the alternative methods team led by Tomasz, and the audiovisual team, which made all efforts to ensure good organization of the presentations and the discussions in the room and also sharing online. Last but not least, a big thank you to Natalie and Munir for taking care of all the organizational aspects as far as it concerns the technical and administrative ones for this workshop, from the initial planning until the final stage. Thank you all for your time, your contributions, and your commitment, and I wish you continued success in your work and fruitful collaboration ahead. Thank you.